Hi guys. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Sorry, there's a something delay going on with my YouTube. So let me know if you guys are here, you see me. Gotta love gremlins. Hi Charlene, hi Scott. Let me know if I am being heard. Oh, thank you, Catherine. Hi. How are you? Amy, what's up? Please don't forget to hit that like, share, and subscribe. That helps me in the algorithm. Hi everybody. There's a little issue with YouTube not uploading on the backside, and I just want to make sure everything is okay. Thank you, Charlene, for letting me know. Yay. Check out my website, AllyKatCreations211.com. I, at some point, maybe tomorrow, will update my website with all the new goodies that I've been working on. Um, Other ways to help me, there's links in my description after the video that PayPal, Venmo, Cash App stuff if you're interested in just helping me out that way. You can also get a 3D tiered membership, which gets you entries into my raffles that are once a month. And you get Oracle readings, secret channel member only videos. So I spoil people. So hi guys. Hi El Sunray. Hi Blazing. Hi Eshmaya. Hi. Sorry about that wonky beginning. I didn't get to do my whole spiel, but that's okay. I have my coffee. New York style. New York style. Hi Bob. Sorry I missed you, Bob. I'm still looking for that Smurf. I haven't found it. But I will come across it. So last craft is I got a lot of crafting done last time. A lot of one. So I am trying to figure out if I'm doing I spray painted this inside my house. Shh, that's not safe. This is like silver. Love or home? Let me know which one. Love or home? I don't want to do a poll just yet. Not just yet. Um, and then I'm going to do I don't know what I want to do over here. I have to pick a color for the outside of this. The oil is a little sticky. So it is not dried just yet, but I want to paint the outside of the those. And I did a charcuterie board. Charcuterie. Um, so whatever I don't use on the cloud, I might put up here. And then you can have your charcuterie around the home. But I also have to do a painting around this before I mosh posh. So you guys let me know. I'm going to let you guys decide. Love? Okay, yay! Hi, brother Jerry. Hi, you beautiful, amazing souls. Hi. Hi, lovely people. Okay, so this is like a once I don't normally dress like this, but like I'm wearing a high-waisted skirt well, high-waisted up here, but it's a long skirt. And then I got this really cool shirt. Once again, I love my friends that like you need to update your wardrobe, and they sent me some stuff. A new you, a new tomorrow. Knowledge is key. Like this is so empowering, this shirt. Hi, Roger. I unfortunately still haven't figured out YouTube's encoding with Zoom. I've tried it a few times. It doesn't latch on, and I had an issue literally just now going live. Not that Zoom wasn't working. I think YouTube and connect. I don't know. Life is fun. Life is fun. Life gets fun. See, it's still wet. The charcuterie board is pretty dry. Oil takes up to a week. Depends on the air quality, and because it's been like really hot and really cold, I haven't even actually been able to pour. And I pour very seldomly now because epoxy resin is stupid expensive. I had a hard day at work. Hard day at work. But I'm happy my teacher got watched, and she saw the insanity that goes on in my room. Yay. So yeah. Oh, and I have my kitty cat. You know, I don't like to dress my age. But today was very my age dress. Like I don't ever wear gray, and then I have to put the cool shirt on, and then, you know, the high waist is covering the goodies. Welcome, brother Jerry. Um, okay, I'm trying to figure out what before I do Mosh Page on that. I'm tempted. Okay, so green is shouting out at me. Green is shouting out. Um, green shouting out. Green. Green. No. No. Thank you, brother Jerry. I might do orange. Green. Yeah, yeah, once again. So let's go check the Schumann resonance before I begin to get messy. How's everybody sleeping? I have not been sleeping that well. Have not been sleeping that well. How about you guys? It's been bad. It's been bad. Who, what, where, when, and why? I'm going to expose something in a second. Yeah, so I sleep, but I don't know if it's spirit activity in the house because obviously most of you could see what's going on behind me. And I'm not, they don't bother me in terms of making noises and stuff. The other night, I was like maybe a half hour into like, going deep into sleep or getting into some sleep stage. And it sounded like electric, like a bug zapper exploding. I wigged out. I didn't know what the hell was going on. Obviously, now I'm searching for a fire. I'm searching for uh if Freya got into something or bit into something that would cause a sound like that. It like literally jumped me out of off my beanbag. I couldn't find anything smoking. I didn't smell. I looked at all the sockets. Everything is fine. Didn't smell anything fishy or all the electrical stuff. I went downstairs to do the same thing. Everything seems to be fine. Don't know where the sound came from that abruptly jumped me out of my sleep. Couldn't figure it out. Couldn't find anything. So obviously I went back to sleep. I don't know if that was spirit. I don't know if that was a being. Because I've had a being pass over me before and I felt it and I saw the light from it. I told you guys about that. But it is an explosion of electric. So, Scott, I'm not alone. I don't know what's visiting me. It's annoying because mm. So that same night, I had a car outside that just kept circling, and I have Viking's truck, his monster truck, got broken into, and then his dually is in my driveway. I don't think anybody wants my shit car, but people do for car parts and stuff. So, my New York brain pops on and said, catalytic converter, go outside. So I'm looking outside, holding my pew pew, and nobody's around, but I just keep seeing things circling. So I didn't know if it was someone trying to break into the cars or the house or whatever. I was like on high alert. Exactly, Amy. That's why I was looking around for the smell. Um, because it like literally like I'm sleeping and my whole body like levitated out of the beanbag. And poor Freya, what she was sleeping. She was sleeping. So I'm not sure what it was. I asked upstairs, they didn't give me an answer. Obviously, I have to figure it out. But I have not been sleeping properly in the last couple of, I'm like running on 2 cups of coffee a day. Mm. So those of you who are on my Facebook, this is, I'm going to blow this person out. I don't know who this person is. Who is this person? Frank Anderson. A medical doctor, MD. Worked at medical doctor, MD. London, England. Divorced. Okay, there's your signs right there. I'm going to read this to you guys. I get this all the time on Facebook. So if you're on my Facebook, hi, Carol. If you're on my Facebook, don't fall for this bullshit. Wow. I must say, you're the most pretty and precious woman have seen for a long time now. You're just like an angel. You have the most adorable looks. Your beauty is amazing. You know to be I'm reading verbatim, so we know this person doesn't have if you're a doctor, you're not writing this way. Most adorable looks. Your beauty is amazing. You know to be very honest. Your smile can make anyone fall in love with you immediately. Wow, I'm so distracted because of your beauty. Please, if you don't mind, please, I would really love to get to know you more better and be your friend, please. Now, There is zero. I is in the lowercase. More better. Come on now. Grammar. There is no colons. There is no run-on sentences. Fake person. Don't buy into that crap. Just don't. Sorry. Sorry. Can't do it. He's deleted now. But just don't fall for that shit. No. Sorry. No. Okay, so I'm gonna my beautiful shirt that says knowledge, a new tomorrow, district, luminous divisions. It's beautiful. So I was listening to Mr. Federico Fagin, Mr. Quantum Field Conscious Panpsychism at its best. I was going to email him and challenge some of the things that he says, not in a bad way, but kind of like seed him some thinking. And then he goes on an interview and he's talking about dimensions. But he's not talking about densities, but he's talking about the mathematics of dimensions. Okay, so he's not so lost. He's not so lost. Oh, I get that all the time, Scott. They like, and I'm not desperate. I'm an independent Aries. I'm a woman. I stand in my authority. Buckshot! What's up, brother? Okay, so we chosen love for the cloud. I'm going to Maj Podge that once I get the Maj Podge going. So we have love. The charcuterie board. This is all oil paint, by the way. I'm going to do acrylic on the outside. We're going to do home up here. And then the charcuterie, it was like Valentine's Day. This will go back on it after it's Maj Podged. Hi, Gregory. Highly suggest you guys look into the quantum conscious field if you're interested in that stuff. And the only reason why I'm posturing this is it's where our consciousness meets science. And I know the quantum stuff goes over a lot of people's heads, but that's where we're headed. I'm still in argument with him about free will. He had spiritual experiences and he has to explain things in the scientific quantum sense. But I want to argue some free will stuff with him. And it's not arguing in a nasty way. It's just like challenging his like thinking to go deeper. That's all. Because I very much want to, obviously he put a really good theory out. I still haven't read the book, but like I'm listening to him. He's blowing my mind in certain avenues of like attributing a wave function. And when I talk about waves and like the interference and how you're the drone and your higher self has the controls to your drone, but you're still having experience because you're seeing everything. Yeah. Naughty me. Naughty me. I forgot my water. I'll be right back. You get to see my my ladylike dress code for work. I'm high-waisted. I don't do this often. I wear a skirt to work. I wore my Harley Davidson boots though. I never owned a motorcycle. What am I stuck on? Wires. I have been a sissy seat rider forever on the back of bikes. Okay. First charcuterie. We're gonna paint. I should have my smock on, but oh well. So yeah, Federico's amazing. But the other things that like I've been watching from Brian Scott when it comes to Daniel Scranton, like I actually get brought to tears listening to that because it's everything that I'm saying. So where is my collective thought coming from in the field? Federico posits that like Tesla, if you think about Tesla, the quantum field is all around us, just like the free energy concept, but it's consciousness. It's the thoughts, it's the ravelings of your mind out in the ether. And what the higher ended beings do for us is they supplant photonic information, that's the light, as consciousness, into the field, in the quantum, in wavelengths, that if we are at the frequency of receiving those bits, you download them into yourself. Where do you think your downloads come from? Well, Roger, I need to steal some of that. I used to actually, when I lived in New York, I actually only slept 4 hours and I was fine. I can't do that anymore. I don't know why. I think my body's trying to regenerate itself as in my sleep, but then spirit let me sleep and stop waking me the F up at the magic hours. And the magic hours are going to be different for everybody. 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. It depends on, what happens if you work the third shift. You're going to wake up during the day. And I totally did not check the Schumann resonance, but when I let this dry, so I can't all do the. Oh, nice, Buckshot. What are those hours looking like? Okay, so someone gave me a very interesting idea. I don't know how hoaxy this shit is, but I might be on board for it. Creating my own coloring book and selling it on Amazon. I mean, obviously, I would love to write a book. Um, but just like this channel, how far will it go? And like, what is it going to be about? I love to write a book. I'm actually supposed to write a couple of them, but that's gapping experience and wisdom. And I'm not in the scientific realm. I think that's why they dropped this guy on my lap. Um, honestly, I'm supposed to bridge quantum entanglement to all planets, to the Milky Way, to the Logos, to the sun, via string theory, but also quantum entanglement, and then explain it in each dimension and density state. Yeah, I need a physicist that knows mathematics that could help me prove such fun. It's not dry. I wish I could take a nap. I actually, when I actually got home early, like on time today. Um, Spirit threw me, I know, Charlene, right? Spirit threw me something for a loop before I had to close my eyes for a little bit. I might have like taken a 20-minute nap, but it wasn't really a nap. And it wasn't like a meditation either. Um, so the first, like, I was just scrolling through Facebook, catching up on like what I missed. And one of those videos popped on where like high school kids are getting bullied, and then some crazy shit happens. And what it reflected to me is how people treat others, themselves, and strangers. So I'm still here floating and thinking about that video. But then Spirit really challenged me to see if I'm healed about not becoming a mom. Yeah, that's crazy, Buckshot. Oh, that's a hard thing for an Aries to do, is have patience. And I've been patient. Um, Years, decades patient. Um, I got tested today. So I clicked that, like those little shorts on Facebook, the stories. One with a woman who was revealing to their boyfriend or whoever that was to them that they were pregnant, and it was really cute. And I got a little teary-eyed at the end because it was adorable reaction. But then I put the phone down and I started like overwhelmingly getting it out of me, being like, wow, I'll never have that moment in my life. What other moments have I haven't had? And then my brain went negative, and then I had to sit there. I like laid down and I like, okay, let's transmute. Let's go back. Don't let this stuff bother you. Why is it bothering you? And then I have to sit there to untangle why that never happened to me. Why wasn't I worthy to a man to have a kid? And I've gotten this sentence a lot with men that I've dated. Oh, I don't want to get you pregnant. Oh, I don't want you to be the mother of my kids. I mean, those relationships are no more and they're long and gone, but that saying in itself is very damaging and harmful. I had to heal from that. Hi, Kelly. What's up? Blazing, let me tell you something. When I got told I got rheumatoid arthritis and your whole life is going to change. That's my attitude. I got to do what my body tells me to do. My body, thankfully, I'm not where I used to be and I'm fine now. And not to say that I'm 100%, but I'm like way better than I could ever be looking back 20 years ago and going, "Oh my God, my whole life is over." And no, it wasn't. It was just me in the moment, and I persevered through all of that. But yes, you have to do what your body is allowing you to do. And there's only certain ways you should push and motivate yourself. But if you're physically incapable, like it'd be a miracle back 20 years ago for me to pick up a paintbrush. I wasn't not able to do this. I had to hold a cup of coffee like that and hope that it doesn't fall because of my strength. Yay, congratulations, Buckshot! That's exciting. Got to celebrate the victories. Yeah, oh, that's awesome. I think that's another reason why I'm in education and I take my, obviously I don't get paid enough to do what I do, but I'm very passionate. Like I get to be these kids' mommies, but I get to give them back at the end of the day. It's like a win-win. And it's not to say that inside of me, I already knew that I wasn't having kids. It was in a timeline that I was, but that person long and gone. Um, what really stings is a man telling you they don't want to have a kid with you, but they'll have it with any other woman. That kind of stuff. It's degrading. It hits in a different spot when I'm just looked at as a piece of ass. Let's just put it plainly and simply. Thanks, but I'm okay with not having my own. It's just that I had to go through that and heal it. I was being tested today, you know. Me not having kids also means I'm not coming back, motherfuckers. Woo! And that's not to say if you have kids, you're all going and ascending. Everybody is. Even those that you hate. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It was more of what the healing for me was is the awareness that the men who said that to me mean like at the time in the moment it was said, like I really had feelings and a deep emotional states for them. And it's crushing when someone says that to you, when you really love them and you're not in a consensual situationship. Like, a situation, is agreed upon. Hey, let's just be buddies and best friends. And I'm cool with that. But like it's a consensual back and forth acknowledgement, right? And I've been in a bunch of those. And I'm fine with that. I actually maintain better with those because I'm not bound to another soul, but I'm bound energetically to them as a friend. And I still talk to a lot of them that, I mean, and they kept respect. They didn't share or divulge anything. And everything worked out fine with with all of those situations. Oh, I'm bleeding over. Yikes. And I'm usually like, in all the relationships that were ever serious in my life, like, I would say I'm at fault for being the first one to unleash the love word because I authentically felt it. This last one I did not. I waited. I was tested. I have to move my chat because I can't see everything here. Oh, Buckshot, your daughter, you're like you are the master and your daughter is learning through you and it's going to be a beautiful thing. She's just at that age. I was an asshole when I was a teenager. I was horrible. Staten Island, come on now. We so this is the beautiful thing that I like to impose on people with the quantum stuff, okay? You chose your parents. You chose your families. You chose a dichotomy of your circumstances. You chose it all. That's why I have to argue with Federico with the free will thing, because yes, there is free will to an extent because you make choices in life. You make the choice to take the slow route or you take the fast route. It's still a choice and it's at your free will. But what happens if you already wrote the timeline for specific catalysts to unfold in any said direction? Is it really then free? Or you just in the moment chose at your will the slow path because you would get more, your soul, the guy with the controller or the female with the controller controlling you, knew that that's more what you needed to gain more wisdom and knowledge to experience than the fast path or whatever path it is. Nice. We are your children chose you to be their parents. And if things don't work out between you and said wife or husband, right? Things happen that you chose to experience for greater wisdom and knowledge. In the moment, you don't see it that way. You're going through a divorce, you're going through all this crap, and it's fucking stressful. I've seen so many of my friends go through divorces and everything else. So I'm not experiencing of this. I've never been married, but I have watched it unfold in different scenarios. So I can't speak to it personally, but I can speak from a perspective point. Your children chose you to learn from. They chose you because you are giving them the best soul growth that their soul needs. The same with grandchildren. They chose to be in this reality with you as you are their guide. That's a responsibility in itself. You chose wisely. They chose wisely. All is for a purpose. All happens for a reason. So how can there be that this is the argument? If everything is supposed to be the way it is, you chose it. It's just the matter of your free will choice. Are you going to transmute the negative into the positive and see things not in sparkle fart land, but glitter sharks? Or are you going to see it as the detriment? Or, okay, what do I have to work with What is the message here? What is the learning, teaching I'm taking away here? Am I the teacher? Am I the one imposing the learning on another person? We're all one. So we're all here to teach each other. We're all here to impart wisdom, and people have to walk through the experience. They won't gain wisdom otherwise. You know, that's eagle titties, absolutely eagle titties. I mean, if you take what I'm saying and now apply the science to it, you wrote your reality. Like, I have to own up to myself. I don't give myself enough credit for how far and how long of a struggle I have been in, and how I'm still here is a miracle. For all the loss and all the hardship that I had to traverse, and I could say that for half of the people that are here, you have all had extreme difficulties in certain facets of your life that you had to overcome. If you didn't overcome those facets, how then would you be here and be the better person for it? How are you able to not guide another person? I know Buckshot's in that situation. He had situations he had to learn from, and now he's imparting his wisdom, his methods to other people. He's inspiring the light. He's spreading it around. He's influencing people in a beautiful, radiant direction. It wouldn't have happened if Buckshot didn't walk a certain path. And I could say the same for myself. I always walk around. I swear, I I questioned why I came to Indiana a few times because I don't really feel at home just yet here. And that's just because my energy is scattered in a lot of different places. So I'm trying to figure out, like, I know I have to be here, but is this really my staying place? Um, I like open carry, and I open up. I haven't my holster's on the outside. I'm not shy, and I'm a quick draw. We can all say the same thing. I don't know one person that had daisies and roses for a childhood. I don't know one person that had a perfect family. What is a perfect family? There is no fucking such definition as a perfect family. What we all conceptualize as going home with being like the Joneses and all this la-di-da fucking bullshit, it's not realistic to look up to anybody's family because it's appearances only. When those doors close at night, you can't imagine the shit that might be going down in a house. I just want to put that out there because there's a lot of disillusionment in comparisons. We need contrast, right? In 3D, contrast. But comparing your situation and circumstances to anybody else is null and void because source, all that is having a very unique experience through you and only you. I'm an acorn, small, round, and lying on the cold, cold ground. Everybody steps on me. That's why I'm cracked juicy. I'm a nut. 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 Yes, Corey. Hi, Corey. Yes. Yes. And because the book is down here. Mr. Pagine, I'm going to email you. The law of one. When you can detach third dimension, detach from it, okay, what's the next big picture? This is why I'm being brought this direction. Oh, weeboo! I had to do it, Amy. Oh, weeboo! This is why spirit brought me to the quantum physics stuff. This is where we're heading. And what we know as consciousness in 3D is like classical physics, right? Like, I'm not an Einstein fan, but Einstein and Niels Bohr and a bunch of other physicists, even if there's the shady aspect of source, they still have a role. They only gave us three-dimensional space-time information, right? So in this little circle here is where you're getting classical physics, is nothing can go beyond the speed of light. Well, now we all woke up. Holy fuck. Now we're bridging heaven and earth. Most of us are up here ready to jump off the cliff to go to 5, right? But we're still physically in 3. We're here in 3. So we got to now expand our thinking. Expand. Hi, Christina. Hi. Oh, wait, boo. We have to expand the understanding that we're no longer thinking in 3D terms. Now we added another dimension. So you went from 3D to 4D, and now there's a whole nother dimension of space that we need to now fill in. The gap needs to be filled in. And what is going to be filled in is understanding that quantum is not just states of matter and perception. It's consciousness in itself. So I want you to understand this is why I press this stuff a lot, because this is where we're going. The detachment that we're all going to have to experience at some point or another, in either subconsciously or consciously, and many of you are consciously aware and are doing the work, is detaching 3D thinking. Because we're no longer really thinking on a 3D level. We're now in the in between stage of 4. We're in the sub octave of 4, still in 3rd. Bodies. So our thinking is up here and our body is down here, and we have to kind of bridge the gap. They're breaking the laws of thermodynamics and they're adding to it. Mathematics is unfolding different things that now are advancing us. They still haven't figured out what consciousness actually is. Is it the old quarry of ancient wisdom is it the mind and the brain, or is it something outside of you? My question is, where do your thoughts come from? If you take yourself and think about, and I have a bunch of lovely people here, I'm going to explain this really quick. Think of yourself, and he talks about the drone, but it's a really good analogy. Think of a drone. You have the operator that has the joystick and the parts to make the drone fly. It has a screen that you look down on. And that operator that's holding the joystick to determine where the drone goes is your higher self that's tethered to source. Their screen, they're looking down, just like if you're in the higher dimensions, you're looking down. And they're navigating you as being the drone. You're the drone. You're flying through Eagle Titties. You're flying. You're getting your experience. You're seeing everything firsthand because you are the drone. But who's operating you? Your higher self. Your higher self is operating you. There's a reason why you're thinking the way you think. There's a reason why you're living where you live. There's a reason why you chose what you chose. Now, the hard components of this is getting out of the classical 3D thinking. Getting out of your 3D mind, because your drone, if it flies, it can go anywhere. It can only go up so high until the battery life dies, right? Like, just really think about the analogy I'm giving you. It can only go up so high, but it has a very large expanse of exploring. Your higher self is navigating you down here. That's why you have guides and angels and all these other, you're never alone. But they're also co-pilots with your higher self, navigating every situational that comes in your life. The hard, tricky part about being the drone itself is not knowing what direction is your next path. Like for myself, I show up every day for myself. I keep putting out videos every day. I keep reading and doing all this stuff, right? I work. But change needs to happen. But I don't know where that change is coming from. That's the frustration. But I don't know what. Oh, but you can go into the Akashic records and know what you wrote for yourself. Okay, and the 12 other billion timelines I wrote. You're shifting time, space, you're time travelers, all of you. We all just happen to inhibit the same frequency and vibratory states. You're tuning into my frequency, just like the television. Right now on YouTube or Rumble or any other platform, there are thousands of millions of shows concurrently happening right now. I dropped my cards. Right now. Right now. That's sign language. There are millions of shows. Your consciousness chose to tune in to one. At any moment in your life, in the moment that you're living in the right now, you could choose to turn your channel and put on different programming and tune into something else. Just like that. Just like that. And then your vibratory state changes to the state of what you're tuning into. Take that analogy and now apply it to reality. It's harder down here because you're limited in a third dimensional body. We're in matter. It's not easy to manifest. It takes time for these things to just show up. Soon it's going to decrease in the time that we're going to have to wait for things to manifest. But collectively, what do we really want to manifest? the last couple of days, listening to Brian Scott, Daniel Scranton, and some other people. We got to break down, and the seventh seal blew me away. And even Blavatsky yesterday. Okay, I'm reading these books with you guys. The only books I've pre-read was The Law of One and some other stuff in there. I had Urantia and Owaspy I'm reading with you as well. So just take that into account. Blavatsky yesterday. If you saw that and read it or listened to me read it. Satan is the shadow of God. It is not anything separate from God. That's Blavatsky. I'm in alignment with that. There's a negative pole to energy and a positive pole to energy, and there's magnetism on Earth. So there's things that are going to repel you, and the things that are going to attract to you. And in this experience, when you detach your emotional state, hard, but it's doable. I'm doing it. It's hard. What you think about is what you create. Demons are nothing more than your negative thoughts that go into the collective field of quantum, and all the negative energy quantifies itself into form, matter, which then said becomes demons. We create them. It's nothing that God, like we are God and God created the demons, but it came through us. We're creators. You create, most of you are parents. You created children. I create artwork. Blavatsky has some things spot effing on, and there's other things that like I can argue with her. But her thinking is in the right expansion. It's expanded thinking. We all of us, individuated in a body, perceive reality differently. There shouldn't be anybody who perceives my world the same. This is also free will and also a part of the quantum state. And how you could prove consciousness is a quantum state. You know you have consciousness. No one feels the same things the same exact way as you. I have my coffee and I like it a specific way, and that's the way I like it. But I bet you if I asked everybody how they like their coffee, it's going to be different. But here's a commonality. We all like coffee. I'm just using that as an example. I don't expect everybody to drink coffee in this chat. To me, this is lime green, but to somebody else, this has a look at the shading. This is metaphysics right now. Right here, this is not the same lime green that's right here because there's a shadow. Through the screen, you guys might be seeing it differently through your devices than what projects onto my canvas. So is the color really the same, metaphorically speaking, in metaphysics? Roger, I'm going to challenge you not to put an age or a year bracket on that. That's a limitation. Don't limit yourself. And that's something I'm working on right now, is not to limit myself based on age or time that has passed, because I am only present in this every moment. There's no time. It's simulated. It's an illusion. In this moment, you can claim, I'm happy. and I'm happy with self. The first point of consciousness is you being aware that you're alive, that you are you, that you can look in a mirror and identify self. You can identify, that's third density, third density, third density. And all the evolutionary steps that we had to take in coming in different time delineations, in different parallel lives, in different time distortions and the multiverse. I'm very big in the many worlds theory, because all time is concurrently happening right now, in my estimation. All the moments up to this point, you can look in a mirror and identify with what your parents gave you a name. You can identify the color of your skin, the eye color, unless you're blind and you're told, but you know that you're here. You're breathing. Your blood is flowing. You're conscious. Through evolution, that Neanderthal me that played with fire and burnt myself up to a crisp because I was a hairy little monster. Guess what? That next life I come back into, I don't really want to go anywhere near that fire, and someone else could make the fire for me. You can equate that to water, and this is where the fears, the phobias come into, like why you have an aversion towards certain things in life, and you're not aware of why. You just averted to it. Like, I don't like heights, freaks me out. I'm fine with heights, but other people, that's like a very common phobia. Where does that come from? If you've never had a traumatic experience in this life, why are you so adverse to going on a plane? Why are you adverse to going into a tall building? I'm just giving those as the easiest examples. What happened in your other lives? We evolved, not just physically, consciously. And now we're moving into the next dimensional space of consciousness, also in body. It's never been done before. To the human race. Key word there, human race. What's the next level? If this is self-identification, most of your pets, my pets, are going to be the next humans. What are we going to become? Hopefully I'll see you later, Roger, but if not, please be safe, be seen, and behave. What's the next level? Where, if I take my lovely paint and sip painting, this is the root. We are already here. We already did the orange. We're in the yellow, going into the green rye. Green rye is the heart. Thomas, you are the angel. I'm the angel. I'm the archangel. Green rye. What is green rye? If the yellow rye is self-identification and consciousness, right? First dimension, first density is a root, red rye. Then you got your, let's see, orange rye. Hi, Sparky! I always get those two confused. Hang on. Okay, yes. Sacral chakra is the orange. Then you're going into your solar plexus. We're in the solar plexus. We're getting rid of the third dimensional, the three lower rays, the animal instincts. Right? You needed your animal instincts. That's how you procreated. It's why we have sex and why we do certain things. Now we're going into the heart of the matter. We're going into the top three tier. 4, 5, 6. We're in the green, right? We're going to go to we're in that lime green color. We're not in full octave green yet. So most of us are living from the animal instincts. Most of us here are already in the lime green aspect of the heart. What does that actually equate to? Unconditional love and compassion. The Blu-ray, fifth density, is speaking the truth. That truth is something that a lot of people are having a hard time conveying in themselves. You are God in all forms, negative and positive. Satan is just the allegory of the shadow to source. It needs contrast. The veil of forgetting dropped down for us to have more appreciation for the contrast of good and evil. But that's a third dimensional concept. Now that we're moving into 4, we have to drop that concept because it doesn't work necessarily. It's a transition point, but we're starting to fade away the good and evil dichotomy. It doesn't serve us, and it will not serve us on the higher realms. Your higher self does not judge you for what you don't know. If you go out and by accident you hit somebody's car and you freak out and you drive away, you still hit somebody's car. Do you think your guardian angel or your guides are going to judge you for the split decision you made to move away? That's a decision you made. Of course, they would want you to write a nice letter and give your information, but that's not what you did. Hi, Cap. My chat's slow. I'm going to have to refresh in a minute. So take that analogy and apply it to every other aspect of your life. Your guides do not judge you for the decisions that you make. They're going to help navigate you around the situation or give you a lesson to learn from. They're not judging you. They're helping you steer this body. They're the ones with the controllers helping you direct your life. They're on they're the airborne sign guys. Yeah, you're going straight. Yay! Right? When you consciously take the full step back and observe from the high, like being God. Sorry, I have spirit, like major spirit. Okay, I will explain exactly what just happened to me. I once again feel like I had a big static ball go through my body. That's why I went like that and made a noise. Okay. They're taking the wheel. Yes, you will. Have you ever followed his words? Ever? You're divine. All of you. Even the evil people, they're divine. They're here for experience to wake you up. Think about this. Take yourself and put yourself in God's shoes. How would you perceive this planet? In non-judgment. You are the spirit guide. You're already up there, but you're informed, so it's kind of hard for some people to convey this. Pretend you are the angel. You're Archangel Michael. You're the collective of he's a collective, sorry. Collective of Archangel Michael. And you have the job of answering every prayer or every calling out that a human does. Now, it could be basic bullshit that someone calls you up and they need $50 for a bag of heroin. And then you get the little kid that calls up on you because mom's in the hospital and she's dying of cancer. And you have to equally adjust your frequency to both of them to aid them, because that's your job. You're not in judgment. Our human minds limit that's the ego personality saying, I would never give help and aid to a crack or a heroin addict. Get out of here. Why would I want to do such a thing? That's not me. This is the test. You are in the higher dimensional space looking down, and whatever is called to you is calling your name, is calling your frequency, is asking for help, legitimately asking for help. How can you weigh either one of those options? You have to answer both. You're not in judgment. That person that called you for the $50, I don't even know how much it is now. You're going to cause them to have a catalyst in their life to change, either a near-death experience, or they're going to get caught and go to jail and have a different experience. But either way, they need that experience, and you're the one that's going to give it to them. You're that energy that's going to come down in non-judgment and say, okay, let's go manifest this to come in your path. But you can choose what path you're going to take. You're going to die, come back and be reborn, or you're going to go to jail and you're going to be reborn in a different way. You're the guide. You're the higher-ended energy. That's how Yeshua had a hard time conveying his message of the law of one, because everybody sat in ego and personality. They did not take themselves out of their body to know that there's more than this. And that the laws of nature and the laws up there are different from what we perceive to be law down here. It's an inconvenient truth. It's a sucky one. It's inconvenient. Think of yourself. When I say you are a divine creature, you really are connected to source. All of us are. I give the example of the pie chart constantly. You're composed of different elements of humanity and of up as above, so this is the below. There's no below us. This is below. Hi, deplorable Wendy. This is below. Heaven is above. You can take that analogy any way you want, and you can perceive it and align with that any way you want. I'm just giving you my perspective. If you were to take yourself and actually apply and embody you being the angel, your light body, and someone called out to you for help, and you tapped into that person's overall body of energy, and you read their Akashic records and you saw that if you aided them or you gave them some shit or helped them manifest it, that whatever you did is going to be perfect for them in the scenario in which they're going to grow of their soul. The girl in the hospital, the girl praying for her mom in the hospital. I've had this experience. I wasn't a little girl, but I was a 20-year-old losing my dad. My dad had to go. It was his time. There was no arguing that. That was his sole contract. I didn't know about contracts back then. I just knew it was his time. I didn't want to see him suffering anymore. That would be very selfish of me to ask for my dad to stay in a state where he could not swallow, function, or be without a machine. It would be selfish. My dad passed, but I was surrounded by so much love and light from the angels and my guides that the mourning process was a lot easier to steer because of that, knowing I had that obtainable to me, that love frequency. Archangel Michael could have given her some sort of manifestation to calm her down and to know that mom is going to be okay, or that her life was saved. I know for myself, especially there are a lot of people in the chat that I have literally projected my, without them knowing, I projected my light body and I called in my angels to work through the people doing surgery on their loved one or on themselves. Corey is a testament to that. I don't say that lightly. I don't know if Corey's still here, but I did it for Corey. And I've done it for so many people. When they say that someone they love is going into surgery and going in for something, I project my light body into the room where the surgery or what the procedure is going to happen. And I call in all the things that can walk and run through others, the people that are working on them. Those are angels, by the way. I get it. A lot of us don't like the medical industry, the indoctrination, but we still need medicine. We still need surgeries. We still get hurt or have accidents that things need to be repaired, right? Those are not the people to be putting fingers at. We got to stop generalizing. They can live, my parents not only live in my heart, they're right here. My parents are right here. They're above me. They don't come all the way down and densify because their energy is so overwhelming for me. I relive the last moments that they were alive, and both instances are tears. I mean, not necessarily of sadness, but I well up a lot when my parents are with me. I had to ask Ethan Cat's soul what to do. Am I saving you, or are you okay with me putting you down? And he's like, don't put me down. You can't afford to go to a neurosurgeon. I don't think I'm going to last that long. I have that ability. But all of you do too. You have to believe. And you could break that fucking word down and be lie. That's an inversion. I get it. It works when you're looking at things. But to have belief is to really know deep down inside, you all have the answers. I know I have the answers within me. I don't need to know anything about the news anymore. I have a knowing out of nowhere. I know that I'm going into a timeline that's not going to have AI dominate, that cyborgs are going to rule the world. We're going to have Terminator. I am not projecting that reality onto myself, and I don't consent to it. So that's not the reality I'm going to experience. The reality I'm experiencing right now, I'm in a state of excitement, high excitement, because I could see the potentialities of beautiful things being manifested by all of us. We all want prosperity and abundance for all. How that shows up for you might not be your Nasera Jacera moment, but it will show up. Hi, hair care. When you go inside of your heart space, knowing that you wrote this goddamn shit show, you can unwrite it. You can write yourself off of it. You can say, I'm done. This is no longer what I prefer. And then you detach yourself from all the things you don't prefer. It's a lonely road and it's a hard one. Why do you think Yeshua only had 12 disciples and probably a group, outside group of people, the Essenes? Why do you think he had a limited amount of people around him? Because what he was saying back then at that time was blasphemy. Blasphemy, Allison. It was blasphemy. You can't talk bad about blah, blah, blah. But I'm doing the same thing. And Daniel Scranton says the same shit that I do. We're all one. You got to get the negativity out of your life. I will disclose this. At a very young age, I don't have the journal anymore. I predicted my parents' passings. My mom outlived in for the years that I said before I'm 30, both my parents are going to be passed away. Now there is a truth to that. Sadly, my birth mom passed away before I turned 30. I had to be specific. My father died when I was 22. So my adoptive dad and my biological mom died, but I didn't know about my biological mom until 4 years later. At 34 was when my mom died. So she outlived 4 years, but then after she died, 7 years ago, I found out my biological mom's passing. So technically, I was picking up on my biological mom and not my mom, that my adopted mom. But two parents did pass away before I was 30. And I predicted this in a journal when I was a little kid. And my aunt remembers that. And she was freaked out that I was correct. Me knowing that, I honed into my mind and I prepared myself for it. So when it happened, I wasn't in shock. I didn't break down. I mean, that's the worst sense of what us humans need to like release is getting taken advantage of in the toughest moments because there's assholes everywhere. And they're just for a learning teaching. Yes. We're all quantum. Roger, I'm with you on that because I'm the same way. When I have it, I give it. I'm the same way. And I get extreme joy for doing it too. Um, I really do. I get a lot of joy in doing what I do. When I have it, I give it. And I mean, I give it in a lot of different forms. I need white. Where's my white? Oh, white, white, white. Where did you go? I have a cheetah bag filled with paint. Um, I honestly could say I never had a fat wallet. Never. I really need one? I just like to be content. That's really it. I like to be content. But I really want to impress on everybody what I've been trying to do, because that's kind of what I've been asking Spirit, like, okay, like I come on and talk to everybody, which is great, but like there needs to be like a direction in order to navigate. And the big navigation is really going within and knowing, like feeling it, understanding it, understanding it, applying it, absorbing it, that you're one with all things. Once you can actually obtain that knowing inside of you in your heart space and know it to be truth in its uttermost essence, a lot of other things start falling away. The belief systems, the programs, the narratives that you hear, the steering of things really is going to fall away from you. You are divine. You are of source. There's no lying in that. You have to seek that within yourself. Then the next mode of operandi is literally now understanding how would a human act as God. Hi, Rob. A weeble, a weeble. Okay, I wasn't going for macaroni and cheese, but this is good. Orange. Oh, that's crazy. You know, between the Curtis books and the Seven Seal, I mean, if you don't believe or trust what I'm saying to be, you know, and I don't think any of you would be in that, but maybe you might be consciously in that space of mind. Like, what do you think? I'm not that special. How can I be an angel? What are you talking about? I'm of God. Pewee fuck sakes. Nothing is outside of yourself. You create your reality. We created co-created this reality together, all of us. All of us fit a puzzle piece into the massive collective whole. Each of us are playing our parts, like Carol Marie Friesen. She has the Light Workers Institute in Costa Rica. That is her calling. That is her mission. She helps people through their trauma and to know thyself and to get deep and dark within themselves, to find that little inner child within themselves. Everybody serves a purpose. Every one of you serves a huge purpose in this on this planet. And the beautiful part is it's all different. It really is. I like to be creative. Yay. As gothic as I am, none of my work is dark. It's very colorful. I absorb all color. Spiritual protection too. But it's true. You have to know for your own self. You have to go within yourself to know that you are source and feel it. It's a responsibility and it's a heavy one. When I first started coming out and saying that I'm from the Archangel Collective and I'm from Yeshua's bloodline, and people are like, oh, that's horseshit. Okay, but you still listen to Sam the Illusionist and believe his work. But you can't I'm just picking on him. I mean, I do. Yeah, he is a channel. It's just he's interfered with. Big time interference. Do I want orange on this? You wanna? I mean, we're all a source, but in a third dimensional viewpoint, there is some credibility to the understanding that all of us in a compodious way have different bloodlines. Like your physicality, there is something to it. Yeshua had kids. He had a bloodline. I asked if I had brought the book out during the last live. I asked the medium. I shared what questions I was asking the medium when he was alive, in physical form. And I asked him, and I got validated multiple times that week that I was. Sparky, absolutely, Miss Beachy. Absolutely. It's not, the angel is a permission slip. It's just an imagery because our brains operate and function off of symbols. And all of us know collectively what an angel does. An angel in essence is light. We call upon our angels for healing. We call upon them for miracles. We pray to them. Archangel Michael is one of the biggest ones. We call on these entities, these collectives, to aid us. We're asking, hey, this is out of my realm. I don't get clarity. I don't know which way from Sunday to move. I need clarity. Could you come in and at least give me a sign, a symbol, a person, whatever have you? The angel is the permission slip to be that person, to be that higher self coming down and aiding those in the lower frequency. And you can pretend until you feel it and acknowledge it for yourself. We skip over the fact that we are told you're so powerful and you're not even aware of it. Well, now we are. Let's claim it. It's not coming from the ego space to claim what you are. When you can walk in your power and understand the responsibility of that power, the choice you have is to use it for good or evil in the third dimensional sense. I chose in this body, in this physicality, in this fractal source to be the light. My other selves out there that have fractals of my soul in them is probably playing out some negative shit. I judge not, because Source is running through them. If you believe God is omnipotent and omnipresent, that in itself gives you the understanding that God's all things, including this paint jar right here. Take it down to the quantum state, it's energy vibrating. God is energy vibrating in all its states. Yeah, Sam, I I watched Sam for a long time when he started posting videos, especially on the raw material. I've heard multiple people besides LL Research, Channel Quo, and Raw. It was similar in verbiage, but not the frequency of Raw that was coming out of Sam. Sam is also feeding fear in his channelings. It's not Sam the body, it's Sam the soul that's allowing things to come and speak through him that is not of his highest good. There is energy that is interrupted by sine and cosine waves. Remember, like I said, take the analogy of the Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi box is upstairs, plugged into my power outlet, and that is giving zeros and ones in frequency to my computer downstairs on the opposite side of my house in order for you to see me live and see everything happening. But how does it exist, Allison? Well, seeing me live makes you understand that the Wi-Fi signal in my house is working. Can you see the ones and zeros and the wavelength in the house moving through my house into my computer? Can you physically see it? And most of you will say no. So if you can't see it, but yet you're still getting a result of me on your screen, that is proof that Wi-Fi exists. Your cell phones. You have Wi-Fi on your cell phones. You have signal on your cell phones. How does that work? Do you see the ones and the zeros in the wave function going into your phone? You could believe that because you can call somebody halfway around the world and have a clear-cut conversation. So why is it so hard to believe that you have a clear-cut entanglement to source? You just can't see it, but it's there. And some people that channel have what's called distortion in the wave function, meaning they're channeling from their higher self to source. It's all tethered and it's in a line of like high God, and then the rishis, Dahin Kohans, the ascended masters, the angels, and the guides, and then here you are. So it's a whole line of like filtering shit out. At some point, when someone like me is opening up my energy field to have my higher self and the other stuff come through me, I shield myself. But not everybody's shield works. And then there's entangled lines of waves of information from the ether that interfere in that line of information. And then they're in sleep state and they are giving you some crazy shit. Absolutely, but it's still God coming through you. Sam is a catalyst for people to learn discernment. That's his role. He's still a source. He's still not he has well intentions. He's not an ill-intentioned person. He's a beautiful person. He means well. He wants to help people. But it's up to you. He's a test from source. I'm a test. He's a test from source. He's asking you indirectly to go within and see if you align with him or not. Is the information valid? In one reality, sure it is. But is he reading on this reality that you're in the here and now moment now? That's another reason why I don't do like channel, like sit in trance. I'd rather be clear cognizant, because if I feel an energy that I am not aligned with, I'm not going to entertain it. I can't do that when I'm out. People are, I'm a test for so many people in so many different ways. It's beautiful. The labeling. I know I'm gothic. I'm not afraid to hide it. My hair is naturally white. Like, people think I dye it. No, it's natural. People assume when they look at me liberal. People assume Satanist. People assume things, but then back yourself up into your assumptions. Where are your assumptions coming from? A program. You installed AOL dial-up. I'm just giving this analogy. You installed AOL dial-up when the internet came on. You got those noises. And then finally, 5 minutes later, it connected you to the internet through a phone line. That's archaic shit at this point. But that was a program that we all ran in order to get onto the internet. Your parents gave you a program genetically and in their values, morals, and ethics. We all have a story. We're all given a book, and here, this is what we believe, and we want you to believe it with us. Here, you're going to go to church because this is what we do. So for how have as many years have you been physical in earth, time, space? All of us have been programmed. And there are so many programs in a computer that are overlaced and overlaid. It's difficult now, depending what age bracket you're in, to let go of that programming. You're installing new programming, 4D programming. It's common whether you like it or not. It's the new technology. It's the new downloads and upgrades. And your system is archaic. Are you going to upgrade because you want the bigger and better and the beautiful? Or are you going to stay with AOL dial-up because it's comfortable? Hi, Barbara. But you got to realize your parents didn't know any better. I'm going to explain to you what most are in a minute. And some of you already know where I'm going with this. Your parents, their grandparents, their parents, and your greats, they all had their own flavor to understanding reality and life. What everybody else did is the tick of the talk that they ticked to. They were marching to the drum of the beat because they didn't want to be away from society. They needed to be a part of society, and society had standards. In each era, you saw haircuts, hairstyles, dress, whatever have you, what goes in trend and out of trend, right? Your parents were just going with the flow of what they knew. You were raised a certain way. You chose that for yourself. I chose to have parents from one religion and adopted into another religion. I chose certain circumstances for myself, and all of you did the same thing. But your parents and your grandparents and your ancestors were programmed with a system that they followed. All of you in this now moment of time are breaking the code to the program. You're cutting ties. You're cutting the entanglement cords to that old system because it no longer works in your operating system. This is what's physically happening to many of us who are purging. When I show you the Schumann resonance, it's oh, I'm getting codes from the Arcturians. Sure you are. And you're also purging out an old program. I didn't get to do this yet. We jumped a timeline. We jumped a timeline. There's a black line. We jumped a timeline. Woohoo! Oh, wee boo! We jumped a timeline. Woohoo! So Thomas, here's the thing with that. I thought that same way, right? I thought like that, ignorant to my own knowledge. A few years ago, when I was in New York and going through the COVID thing and going through the whole mishmash of shit, I thought that was my job. I was literally like, I'm like, you know, I'm in liberal land and I'm now spreading T 47 stuff, 45, 47. And people thought I was fucking off my rocker. They couldn't see it, they didn't understand it. And I was not mature about it either. Oh, wait, boo! I was not mature enough. I did not understand it. Now, a couple of those people come back to me to thank me for like, oh, you had it right the whole time, and it just only took a couple of years for it to manifest. But you are right about everything the whole time, and I'm sorry for not believing you. I get a lot of that right now. I don't need your apology. I'm just happy that you're seeing it. Our duty as enlightened, heightened beings, because you're an acknowledgement that you are source, a part of source. We're all in the ocean together. It's just a matter of what part of the ocean are you swimming in? Are you on the top? Are you on the bottom? Are you a wave crashing onto the shoreline? Are you in the middle of the Pacific? Are you in the Atlantic? Are you in the Indian? Are you in the Gulf of America? Where are you? The ocean's so fucking vast and all of us are a part of it. But what part? It's vast. Different experiences. Some people are experiencing those creepy little lantern doodles at the bottom of the ocean, while some of us are with the sharks, and then some of us are on the surface with the turtles. But we're all one ocean, just different parts of it. So equate that acknowledgement to that you just being in physical reality with a higher vibration, doing the work on yourself, clearing your field of shit. We're all breaking the program together. The old program, the old stories, his story, the lies, the falseness, but you don't need to broadcast that. You're doing it with just being. Your field of energy, your electromagnetic field, I showed on the last live, the field of energy that you create in your toroidal field. Every time you go out, you're influencing people subconsciously just by being. That's why when some of you ask me what your purpose is, it's just to be. You want more than that. Of course, you are way more than that. But the first acknowledgement is to know that your purpose is just to be here because you're holding energy that other people can't. You're seeding frequency in consciousness in the quantum state. You have a field you're interacting with other people. Every time you go out into the world, you're leaving your energy frequency and signature everywhere that you inhabit. So it's very vital to know, are your thoughts pure and clean? Are you doing the best that you could possibly do in every moment? And of course, we're human, we're not perfect. So we're going to have mess ups, screw ups. We're going to cause other people some like questionable shit. It's a part of our experience to do so. The acknowledgement is going, I'm going to own that. Fuck. I got to whoop, change that up about myself and I'm going to work on it. And then putting the work in to work on yourself. We're not perfect and we're not ever going to be perfect in a human form. We're not. We're going to be as perfect as God created us in its image for us to live a life for experience, for it to know itself in a totality sense. And you can't just choose all the light experiences because that would not give you contrast to understand your power. The other side is playing the evil role for you to know yourself more and stand in your empowerment, have a bigger faith of what you are. And there's a lot of people on my channel that are on the other side. They are very adamant about their side. Like everybody on that side is adamant about that side. Like, no, it can't be any other way but his way. Right? Like, but I'm taking the leap back. I'm taking the giant leap back. And instead of just seeing it from one angle, I'm seeing it from the 360 angle. Why does that side feel that way? Why does this side feel that way? What lies are being conceived from this side and what lies are coming from this side? Hi, Kian. I have orange and I got to do something with it. Oh, I could do another layer. Noted. I know that most of you are working on those components, and I could see it because of what I witness in physicality form when I'm seeing chats. Funny enough, I was doing what was I doing? Was I doing Blavatsky or the Seventh Seal? I was doing one of my readings and I had the WeNotMe in the background and I caught a troll as I was doing something else. I found that quite funny. They do exist. They're there as a test. They're pushing boundaries, and it's okay. They know not. For they know not. And some people are just not meant to, in this reality, know. It's not their time. We have divine orchestration and divine timing. Hi, Ivy! Right? We have to be compassionate for those that know not. And not to say what they know is bad or evil, don't give a judgment, because we perceive the universal differently. And some people choose innately in a lovingly way, very lovingly way. Their perspective is the way that is opposed to mine. Does that make them wrong? Does that make them any less of a lovely person? That's why politics and religion are a very touchy topic for most people. Because most people don't, it's my way or the highway all the time. And it should never be that way. You're never going to gain other acknowledgments or learning teachings if you're just sitting in my perception. It's all about me when it should be about everybody. I forgot who it was, and I'm sorry, I'm blanking. Someone sent me, that every religion we're still all one, and it's perceived differently. Blavatsky even says it in her work, that the different cultures are all taking from themselves all the good qualities and components of life. Thomas, absolutely. Here's where the schism in the matrix happens. People say the right things. They want the right things. Are they actually implying it? Are they actually putting actual cause and effect into action? Is there action there? That's the tough part. People who say love and light, and then the next breath, I want that person hung. I want that person in a wood chipper, isn't really of love and light, and they're not even in the awareness of that. When you say love and light, your frequency is emanating it. Your radiation, your field of Taurus is exuding it. You dealt with your shadow work. You know your dark side. You embrace your dark side. I love my dark side. She's a CUNT. She's a New York attitude-y Staten Island mom. I know those sides of me, and they come out when needed because she's my boundary holder. All of us have a shadow to ourselves, and you got to embrace it and accept it. Once you do the healing of that shadow, and there's a million shadows to heal, but you do a lot of it, and you let go of your ego. Let go of my ego. Let go of the ego. That's the understanding of where your ego takes its place in your life. Then you can say love and light because you're really walking it. You really feel it. You really intend to will it out into in the ether positively. You can't be a hypocrite. That's the harder part for me is there's so many well-intentioned people, but yet they're still so subjugated in the hate and the illusion. They're in the separation and limitation of third density. It's like you all talk about ascension and you're all talking about 4, 5D. You're skipping 4, you're going straight to 5. Oh, this is going to happen and this is going to happen. Did you work on yourself? Because it's up to you to do the work to get there in that destination. Mr. T isn't going to give you your ascension. It's up to you to create your ascension. He's just playing his role in God's plan. God's plan involves all of us, so he's a part of the plan. If you see that in that way, but all is a plan. Biden was a part of the plan too. He helped you wake the fuck up. He was used as a piece to show you, oh, like, how did he have brown eyes and then blue eyes? Why was he writing with his right hand and then he was a lefty? Why did he look this way at that age and then completely different? If you do anything with anatomy, I went to art school and I had anatomy. Your bone structure, you can look like somebody and you can morph into things with makeup, but Your bone structure is still unique to you. There is no way when you go and do it on the computer that you're going to look with certain features here and then come out a whole other person over here. I mean, we also have to admit that it's not the person that you're seeing on television is not the real Trump either. They all have doubles and triples. That's for security's sake. Even Putin. What the hell happened to Putin? He's been around since the 1980s. I remember seeing it on television. Is that the same Putin as we're seeing now? So all is an illusion, but yet we're still buying into the energy and the frequency of emotion that's keeping us way down here. You see how it's an illusion and how it's how certain things just don't, like, it's all dissolved for me. I'm not even worried about it anymore. I live my everyday in the moment. I look to see the positives in things. I try to transmute the energy of the negative into the positive. It's kind of hard to do that when you're first starting out and you're first allowing the program to collapse out of your system. There's a lot of programming there that has to be filtered out. And that's what a lot of these purges and this feeling like crap is doing for a lot of us. It's physically coming out. We're not even aware, like, why am I so congested? Yeah, there is environmental shit that's playing. There is your health at play. But it's also programming that's zipping out of you. I mean, to be honest, like, if you really, and that, if you're ever into art, take a basic anatomy class that goes over bone structure. Like, women have, if I'm drawing a human, and I had a lot of it, I have 4 years of naked people in front of me in different poses. I had to draw different age groups, different brackets of things, fat, skinny. I see naked people and I don't even get phased. Okay. I did this for 4 years and my classes were 6-7 hours straight. Okay. 6-7 hours of watching. I mean, obviously there was breaks. The model can't stay in that one position. When you're going over anatomy, women have different frames, different measurements. You take your head shape. Everybody has a different head shape. Features. And then the similarities start occurring between men and women. Pelvic bones, rib formation, bone structure is different. There are a lot of women out there that, oh, that's a man, but no, it's really a woman. They're just more, they're emasculated more. They have more of a male genetic than a female genetic bone structure. That doesn't make them any less of a female. I know a lot of people like to point the fingers. Like, that's a man. That's a woman. That's a man. They're fucking human. I don't care what they claim. I love them anyway. They're not a part of my life. I have a lot of gay and transsexual people in my life. I lived in New York. Beautiful people. Didn't bother me. Not at all. But I know some females that are very heavy on the masculine frame, but they're female. They have a vagine and not one that was surgically applied. Absolutely, Ashmaya. Absolutely. And that's the one thing, if I can impart on people. If you are true to yourself, you love yourself at some capacity, you give yourself self-respect, Apply it to every other self that's everybody else out there playing you in a different form. That's all this is. All of you are just different aspects of me, playing out different experiences for God to know itself. It needs to know all. How would the field know all if the field didn't have all? It needs to have all. Contrast. Now, as we are maturing into a new unfoldment of consciousness in quantum states, I'm channeling. In quantum physics, the Schrodinger cat is the easiest way for me to explain this. Unless perceived, the cat is either dead or alive in the box, but you have to open up the box to see if it's dead or alive. Okay? And anytime opening, bye, Thomas, anytime opening up that box is a probable reality. Do we understand that concept? You have to open a box to see whether the cat is dead or alive. Apply this now to your life. Dolores Cannon told you there's going to be a splitting. Bashar said people are fading away. Why is that? Because in the higher state of your thinking, your frequency, your evolutionary step forward in ascension, you are unlocking quantum states of information. And those old states of information, what you once knew in your reality, is not perceived anymore. It's not on your wavelength. It's fading away. You're not tied to that reality anymore. You're opening up new states of perception. So you open up the door. If you're in a higher frequency, you're seeing beautiful things. You're not seeing death and destruction. You're not perceiving war or death or famine. You're opening up your door and everything is just beautiful. The birds are chirping. You get butterflies. You see everything glittery. You're seeing things in its essence of beauty in nature. And in that moment, you're unfolding more information for you to experience. While the old experiences that no longer serve your frequency is letting itself go. That's the purge. The timeline jumping I just showed you on the Schumann resonance, that's a hallmark for another shift. It's a small one, but you're shifting into a higher reality. It's up to you to shift your energy field high enough to open up the perception of beauty, of love, of compassion, not allowing the old program, the old world, the distraction to even fill your brain up. It's renting space. If it rents space up in your brain, ask why. Renting space means you're thinking about it constantly. It is consuming your thoughts. It's nonstop in your mind, looping. Why is it there? Ask yourself. I had to sit down and literally ask myself, why am I so obsessed with history? Is it my history? Does it pay my bills? Is it in my reality? Upstairs responds, well, the history that you needed was for you to remember yourself. The history that is given to you is only a reminder of what you are. If you don't like where you are, change the state of your frequency and elevate. The more of us that do that, the more harmonious the world will become. Unless you're physically going out and saving children and you're physically going out and making the world a different place, you can imagine that different place and still be a leading contributor to the new society. But unless you're going out and physically sacrificing your bodily functions, it's all just hearsay, waste of energy. And they all serve a purpose too in God's world. They gave us what we don't prefer. They showed us the mastery of fuckery that's been going on in this country for decades. My issue is, yeah, we need to show, but there's other reasons that are deeper than what we are alluding to that I don't enjoy. I don't focus on it because I don't want to draw that law of attraction. I'm not trying to draw that attention to me. Neither should any of you. So the process isn't pretty. It's an unfoldment. Like today, I was tested by getting a video that really emotionally made me question, well, why wouldn't any of the guys that I dated and always wanted to have a family of my own, why wasn't I gifted with that? Why was I told I'm not, I don't want to have kids with you? You're no. So like that just put me in a tailspin of like, okay, let me alchemize this. Okay, obviously those guys were not for me. But why would somebody say that and impress that kind of frequency on me? Oh, to overcome it. Deplorable Wendy. Girlfriend. I have to read more of Ruth Montgomery. I have a few of her books on my shelf that I think might be very privy to what you just said. I had that experience in 2017, right before my mom died. I My higher self walked into my soul, into this vehicle. That sounds exactly like what happened to me. Your higher self jumped into you. And your matured soul, your higher self, is now in operation of your physical body. Congratulations. And it's going to happen differently for a lot of people. So don't like be despaired. That's your higher self merging in with you. Your old self left. Old soul, bye. Thank you. I love you. Over there, go heal. Your higher self merged in to your body. That's why I say a lot. If that didn't happen, I would not be alive right now. The old soul that inhabited me since birth, that was keeping frequency and keeping Draco and negative Nancy things from coming out like Ghostbusters in New York. That old soul, that portion of me was in a super depressed, don't want to be here state. I wouldn't have been able to handle my mother's passing if my higher self didn't jump in. I lost my sense of purpose of being alive. Number one, I took care of my mother for 13 years. I was her home health care aide. I didn't get paid for it, by the way. I did it out of kindness, but literally wiped my mom and showered her and did everything for her for 13 years. I sacrificed my 20s and my 30s to take care of her. Okay. When she died, I never navigated by myself how to pay for a funeral, sell a house. I mean, I know how to keep a bank book. I know how to budget certain things, but I'm not in the financial realm. Never was given that information. So I had a crash course within a month of how to get all this stuff done. Old self would have took my life and said, "Fuck this, I'm out. Done." The new self calmly said, "You got this. I got you. We're going to be fine. Don't you worry." In each of the situationals that I was put through in the last 4 years, I would have offed myself. And I'm not even joking. That's not a joke. That's like, that's literal. I would have done it. I screamed for help and no one came to my rescue in any way, shape, or form. And I can rescue myself, but I'm always there for myself. I'm an Aries. I've been a hyper independent person since I was a little kid. I had no choice. I would have been not here, literally, if my higher self didn't jump in. And I felt differences within my personality, within my reactions, within my calmness to certain situations. A lot of things changed. And I had to get used to like, oh, wait a second, wait, no, this doesn't feel right. Why am I reacting this way? And then I was imparted with LL's research, the wanderers, what a wanderer is, and there's no real definition to it. But it's another soul form, fractal, that jumps into you. President Lincoln was a wanderer. Oh, that's cool. I mean, it's hard, like it's hard in person when I don't have the lights on and it's natural. My roots are really like silver. It's not necessarily gray, but then the rest of my hair looks blonde. It's oxidized. Even though I shampoo my hair with the purple shampoo. And that's when I can afford it. Right now I can't, so I don't. But like it's hard to see with this light. But there is a difference in color in my hair from down here to up here, and I haven't dyed my hair. I'm okay with this. I have grown to love my difference. And it's okay. I can stress without worrying. Am I gonna go gray? I'm already there. Who cares? I got a Mod Podge and I don't know what brush I want to Mod Podge with. This is too nice of a brush. Fudge. Fudge crackers. Fudgy crackers. I have Bounty over here. I did dye my hair. So my hair was naturally dark brown, black. And at some point, the gray overconsumed in a nasty looking way, not in a cute way, not like, oh, look, I have a streak. My hair totally just came out like gray. Um, and because I'm allergic to bleach, and I was just finding out about that at the point, my doctor was like, listen, bleach your hair now, get it done by a professional so that you're not going to have allergic reaction. Go as close to the roots as possible. And the process took me 6 months. And then I platinum bleach blonde, like platinum blonde my hair after I got some of the color out. It didn't completely come out. And then once it started growing in, because I cut my hair in a bob and the back of it was black for contrast, I then let my hair grow out. And it's been like this since. And that was a long time ago. I had purple hair. I was the owner of purple hair, and I miss my purple hair. Let me see if I can find a photo really quick. I love my purple hair. Love my purple hair. Love. I have Shazam. Okay, hang on. I know this is going to be hard to see. That's me in college in the sculpture studio with bangs and dark hair. Where's my purple hair? Okay, hang on. This is me in high school. This is high school. Lydia dates high school. It's hard to see. And this is high school reunion. That's the Bayonne Bridge right there. If this was on my computer, I would share screen. Where's my purple hair? Where's my purple hair? I know I have to have it somewhere. Where's my purple hair? I have to have it somewhere. Let's find out. No, that's the same place I had it. Downloads. No. No. Oh, I was scary. I'm not gonna lie. What really did me in, what really did me in high school, I don't remember what year it was. I want to say it was freshman or sophomore year of high school. And already I was like the skatery, punky, emo-y girl. After Christmas, everybody walked into the cafeteria at Port Richmond High School with Old Navy fleeces. You can have blue, orange, or green. And there was a sea of those. Everybody's like, oh, I'm going to be the only one with this on. And everybody walked in besides me. Did not have one. Did not get one. And that was a moment inside of me that said, you're unique. Go with it. And I haven't steered myself any way differently since then. Hi, Nikki. Miss Deplorable does, she like kind of took over Strack's job. She's dropping links like a hot potato. Where's my purple hair? Why don't I have it in my phone? That's bizarre. That's bizarre. I want to show you guys my purple hair. That's not fair. Where's my purple hair? Pictures. Purple hair, and I just don't care. I'm gonna be on the search. I might have to show it next one if I don't find it. Who here wants to see Spirit? I just got to download. Allison just got dropped to download. I don't have it in this one. What the mother effer? Who wants to see Spirit? No, I have to pull that up again. Shit. Why? I will show you Spirit. Oh, you know what? I probably deleted. Most likely. Son of a. Yes, I deleted them. Oh, that's a good memory. Share. All right, hang on. Are you kidding me? You kidding me? Mother trucker. Mother trucker. Oh! Okay, don't judge. I'll show you my don't judge. You want to see? Sorry guys, I am like all over the place here. Okay, want to see gray? Look at the gray, and then look at my dark hair. I was gray. I found photos. So that was like my dark hair in the gray, which wasn't fun. Which one's cute? Oh, that's kind of an acceptable photo. Hang on. We'll share again. Because I mean, there's some people out here that won't embrace their gray, and I'm just gonna say embrace it. Because that's a lot of gray right there. That was my process of like, okay, I think it's time that I take control of this because I think it aged me significantly. And honestly, I look younger with this. I mean, now I'm a lot older, so I have matured. But I just want to say, like, if you have it, I'm going to show you the transitional haircut. I'm in with, I had to pull up my photos. I don't mind sharing this with everybody because I want to inspire people. You can still see the gray on top, but this is the bob that I had to do. And that's like the first step of going blonde is getting brown. I hated that color. Ooh, I hated it. Hated it. Hated it. Okay, sorry. I am looking at photos. Is it in this one? I don't know which photo album this is. Murals. Where's my purple hair? Nope, that's not purple. I'm gonna find it. Don't you guys worry. Okay. I'm gonna show this just so that I'm gonna go in the Wayback Machine. I was on a photo. This is me down here. That's me as a lifeguard. I was on a poster for the YMCA. Yay. Yay. Not. Why won't you let me X you out? It's not letting me X out. Close. Thank you. I'm looking for the ghosty stuff. That's the. Oh, you want to see a really cool drawing? Sorry, I'm going through my photos. I should be doing my Mosh Podge, but I can't help myself. I did this for one of my ex-boyfriends. This is his grandfather building the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. And I took the photo and it's on a huge piece of paper. It took me months to get this drawn out. Thank you, Amy. It took me a long time to honestly embrace the hair because I'm so used to having the contrast of dark. Um it is what it is. I don't know if it's in this album. I have like all my phones and stuff. I have a lot of Morgan pictures. Mouth surgery. Ah, I found them. First up. Oh, you can't see that guy. He's too small. Can I increase it? Sort of. Okay. Did I show you guys the I say embrace it. Embrace your grays. How many of you see the demon? Prove my point. How many of you see the demon? Demon anybody? Oh, I am a rebel. And I'm encouraging all of you to be a rebel too. Be your true self. Be your beautiful true self. I'm a rebel. All right, that's the demon. I got one, yes. Hang on. There's more. Nothing wrong with gray. I say embrace the wisdom strands. Okay, not that one. Embrace the wisdom strains. You can't see anything in that one. Oh, yeah, Scott was able to see something in this guy. Okie dokie. Hang on. Next ghost picture. Here we go. What do you see? I'm going to train everybody. Okay, so that is my old. I forgot what phone it was, but this is a long time ago, and I took pictures in my mirror. That was the Stargate, the portal. And this is all the stuff, 2012, 2013, I took these pictures. So you can imagine the can't Photoshop shit because my phone is not capable of doing that. And I just went in and zoomed in on the mirror. And these are the images I have to show you that I'm not a batshit crazy person. Also, I don't need validation to know that I am, of what I am. But I like to make tangible evidence be tangible for a reason. Because there's a skeptical people out there, but then there's doubters, right? I don't speak from my ass for a reason. Jesus the cloud, get there. Okay, love is down. I'm gonna get the top of that. And not everybody's going to see the same thing, and not everybody's going to see anything. Some people might see it, some people won't. What I'm trying to help you guys do is look, expand. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to think anything is there. Like, what the hell are you talking about, you crazy lady? Um, it's okay if you don't. But the probability, possibility, yes. Look at you guys go. I love your participation in this. I don't know why it's doing that. Close the window. All right, where's my, I just showed you that one. I have to go through a few of them to find the juicy ones. That's not juicy. That's not juicy. And mind you, I was a slob and a half. A slob. Okay, hang on. Hang on. You get to see that I've been taking a picture with the flash in this one. And it's you could see the entity on the bottom. There's an entity right there. But there's a lot going on in this mirror, and I'm there on my bed taking the picture. There is a lot there. As I mosh podge love. All you need is love. Do 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 do. All you need is love. Realistic and hard love. Hi, Mickey. Okay, so the cloud has love. Now I'm going to do the charcuterie board. Okay, so you saw that. Sorry, I have to stop share because these files are not closing properly. Files not closing properly. Where is the fun ones? I have a lot of fun ones. Oh, this is a fun one. I don't need to justify myself. I just find this fun at this point. What do you see in this one? Flopping on the couch is fun. My couch is uncomfortable. I'm gonna go through a heat wave. So what was my temperature today? Today was 51 degrees. Yes, there is. There's like the one thing that pops out like a Pinocchio nose demon right here. This thing is like a finger looking like pointing down. There's a lot of activity, and that is a clean mirror, by the way. It's not dirty. It looks dirty, but that's spirit. I mean, be it as it is, it's their old photos. Oh yeah, here we go. Spirit at its best. Get out of my way. No. I want you to move so I can share. Where I'm putting the box around, that is a stringy spirit. All of these, I wish I had a writing tool. So like, there's nothing reflecting this, right? No, zero. This is my ceiling fan right here. This is my ceiling. There's nothing in this area right here. So what the hell is that? Back here could be some light distortion because I have trophies. I was a dancer. But like, what is this? What are these? What is this? What is that? What's up here? So this was me taking a picture in the mirror. Um, for anybody that wants to know. File, close window. No, I showed that one. Okay, this is the famous one. This is the famous one. This was one of the first ones that provoked me to take more pictures in there. I'm jealous. 65. It's supposed to get cold. Okay. So, first thing. This image I'm showing is cut down, but it was a tiny fucking speck of my mirror at the bottom of it. So tiny. This is like very enhanced. Now, when I zoomed in, what do you notice? There's a statue right here holding up a tragedy mask. You could see the definition, you could see the little curve, and you could see their big chin, and it looks sad. And this is a statue holding that tragedy mask up. There's another type of mask right here, which could be spirit. And then there's a lot of other stuff going on in the background of this. And this is just a zoomed in portion. I wanted to get that in detail. It's 34 where I am. Stupid lake. So this was the pinnacle point of me looking at my pictures more closely, this one thing right here. This was the end all be all of me going, okay, there's more than what the fuck is going on? Seriously. All right, let me go through the other ones. This picture wants to go up here. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. All right, so I just showed. No, I enhanced that. All right, now I'm going to show you from a different, I'm going to expand this so you can see the full picture. So this is the same picture, But now you're seeing I have a painting right here, but facing me. So there's nothing, just there's no imagery on the back to reflect on the mirror. This is a bunch of garbage on my floor, clothes and whatnot, and this is my chair. I had a chair on my desk. This was in the mirror. Just to show you like perspective where that comes from. I don't know if I have it in this photo file. No. I have the original somewhere. I can't figure out where. Oh no, we don't want to go there. Yeah, this is 2013-ish. This is going to probably be really hard to see. But we'll see if you guys can pick up anything. That's a shadow figure. That is a shadow figure. I don't know if that's the same figure that my mom woke up her. What the hell is going on in this house? It's been going on since I was a little kid, Ma. Sorry. You just didn't want to believe me. And here we are. That's a shadow person. A small one, a gremlin. I mean, they can shape shift into whatever they want. So if you look, you could see a head, you could see an elongated neck, and you can see the form kind of fading out in the picture. Shadow, I don't want to be really like clear. Shadow people are not necessarily evil. They might appear to be scary. They're just other dimensional beings that not all the time are aware that they're even in that space. That's how they're being projected. So they're not necessarily all of them are evil. No. Some most likely. I need this centered, but the cutlery needs to go there. Okay. All right. Boop, boop, boop. I'm Mod Podging the charcuterie board at the moment. But I'd rather show you guys pictures and not be pussyfooting around. Where's the Native American one? This is a creepy one. So I had like a light right here. So like here is actual physical real space. Everything else around it is not. That's mirror. Roger, good for you. I'm in the same headspace. I like laughter. I like to laugh. I like to be funny. And my funny sometimes is very sarcastic. But I like to be funny. I think it's laughter is the biggest vibration that we can own besides clapping and loving ourselves. Laughter is a healer of so many things. We're supposed to enjoy this reality, not despise it. And the more of us that can change that paradigm and be happy and laugh and just be silly, be a kid, that's all that matters. All right, too much pauses down. I mean, sometimes you have to take life seriously. Deplorable, absolutely. The only so I did this. I took pictures because no one would believe back then, no one believed me that I could see things. I didn't need to prove it to anybody, but for my own self, acknowledging that I have these experiences, I am seeing things that no one else could see, but can I show it? Can I prove it? And at the time, the ghost adventures and the ghost stuff started coming out in full force. And I'm like, you know what? Why not? Mirrors, you have to be very careful. Mirrors are portals. Portals. And even though we live in a time space of duality, so there is negative and positive, you have to be very careful what you're inviting in when you're trying to photograph these things as evidence. If you're going to take evidence, pray and sage and Palo Santo and whatever you are giving your permission slip to. I use sage. Sage or space. Take pictures, right? But just make sure you are protecting self. You never know what is going to come through. And a lot of you know, you could see a highway behind me of spirit. That's because I'm a lighthouse. I'm drawing all kinds of things to me. And that's not always the light. It's also negative. I just don't feed them my energy. I don't give them, I do a generalized, if you're not of the light and you're of this, not of, well, everything is of source. But I have changed my language to say the negative aspect of source. You must leave. You're not invited into my space. You need to leave. Then the only thing that's good remains. So I don't feed energy like that. Oh, that's blurry. I'm going to show you guys an art piece I did a long time ago that many of you will enjoy. I didn't know at that time in my development what any of that was. And I'm like, I needed this on camera so I could show people I'm not crazy. I bless all my mirrors and I put sigils on it, and I haven't had a problem in this house. I free-handed the eagle holding the flag over the Twin Towers. And I had feathers coming off of the antenna. Most likely, Mickey. Trees are sentient. I was this was a drawing that was supposed to be put to vinyl, but I couldn't find anybody that could do that for a Jeep cover for the back of a Jeep for the wheel. Um, I couldn't find anybody to get this translated onto vinyl. Thank you. But the patriotic in me was always there, just to FYI. Ta-da, I'm here. I did that for one of the Uh, and not MTA, what's the other one? Port Authority, persons. I might be getting closer to my purple hair pictures. Maybe. Maybe. Um, Club days. Found it. I found one. So I actually was going to this is my purple hair. I miss it so much. That was a Halloween photo. Wendy, congratulations. Getting out of the spiritual closet. Woohoo! That was a Halloween costume, by the way. Purple hair. I have another purple hair one. I knew I was going to find it. Purple hair. I am not as gothic in this one. Purple hair. My tiny little body. I'm trying to find it, Scott. I don't know where it is. It's plum purple. And I did not bleach my hair, like my hair that had the silver and stuff. I just put it over my brown hair and it came out like that. I'm looking for the Native American, Scott. Don't think I'm not. I just don't know where. Yes, I have a Native American head coming out of my television. I do. Oh, okay. My friend Seth just said I'm allowed to do this. This is my smaller friend John, who's still alive. He actually was a tanker for Fort Knox. He got trained at Fort Knox. This is my friend Seth that lost his leg to cancer. That's like really right before he died. That's my friend Seth. He comes to me often. Oh, where is my native picture gone? Oh, where can you be? Where, oh, where? Nope, that's not it. That's me at the nightclub. That's me at the spotlight. Losing my religion. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking because Scott mentioned it. Now I have to say it. On the Facebook, I might be able to do that. Oh man. I think I showed this one. Where's the other one? I posted some of these on my Facebook, but not everybody here is on my Facebook. Oh, there it is. Okay, hang on. So many things to X out. Okay. Getting there, guys. I like show and tells sometimes. Show and tells are fun. It also enhances your abilities. I I I am not a singer. Um, so spot the spirit, and that's not in a mirror, by the way. That actually, I was laying in bed and I felt a presence. And here's my television. I'm in bed. This is like bed. And then right here under my shelf is thus said Native American head. What do you guys see there? So right there is where you're focused on. I right here where this little fun hand is the nose, the eye socket. It's looking down. Here's the mouth right here. And then ectoplasm. You see a wolf? That's cool. I have wolf guides. I think I have 17, maybe 16. One's a fractal of Odin and his Gary and Frecky, the white and black wolf. And then I have a wolf pack behind them. So this is one. I'll show the other one that's got legs. It's just rolling around through this one. I don't know if I showed this one already, but we'll show it again. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-doop. Ta-da! Yeah, that's the one I just posted. What do you see in this one? So Staten Island, fun fact, housed a lot of Native Americans. A lot. And my belief is there's no such thing as hollow ground because there is spirit everywhere and people died everywhere. So the whole earth is technically a cemetery. Because you can. That's the point, Mickey. I'm not alone. I mean, I know what I see. I want to know what you guys see. That's the beautiful thing of why I'm presenting these photos. This was a Stargate in my house. So that's not, oh, it's in the mirror, but it's also, that's the portal. But I'm also the portal. I bring it too. But this is really the epitome of where my life was in 2013 of like that relationship that I was in that ended at this point when I started getting all this activity was my pathway into my spiritual world to start really researching it. I always knew I could see things. I always knew there was other, another world and other realities, but I didn't have the vernacular, the vocabulary, the verbiage to put to words like what I am seeing. And many people won't see, they're like, oh, it's just your room. I don't see anything. It's fuzzy, you know. Yes. Yes. Yes, there's a lot going on in that one photo. by the way. It's not just one thing. Yeah, I got 2 crafts done. Almost. I can mosh podge this. Hooray! If I do this, does it expand more on screen? Mosh podge, moji podge, moj moj moj, moji podge, moji podge, moji podge. I'd even chicken once tonight. What's going on? So I want all of you to know, I want you to feel validated. I want you to know inside of yourself that what you're seeing in your reality is real, that it exists. Give yourself permission right in the now moment to acknowledge that what I'm showing you and you're seeing it, I'm not telling you what it is. I want you to know what it is. You already know what it is. And there's multiple things there. And you're all perceiving it differently, which is beautiful. Take it as a validation that there's multiple realities that overlay ours. And I just captured and pictured it for you. That's how quantum works. We're an overlay of other realities and densities. It's not something outside of yourself, it's within. Self. Mosh podge. Mosh podge. Absolutely. But me doing that is helping those tune into the other reality that exists in overlapping ours. This is showing you proof. If multiple people are seeing different things or seeing the same thing that I pictured, you are then hence understanding that there's multiple overlays of reality. Other dimensional spaces overlapped with ours. Take it scientifically and break that down. I'm a glitchy. Yeah. The energies are probably like, get the fuck out of here. Stop what you're doing. Just stop. Stop it. I showed that one. Is there another one up here? Hang on. What's that one? No, 2 the same. Okay. Cool. Cool beans. So as it's still wet, but we got love in the cloud. We got home on the charcuterie. Home on the charcuterie. And then I just did one of the little inserts. I'm a glitch. I'm a glitch. In the Matrix. Glitches. That's right, Mickey. Yes. Yes. And here we go. People still sending me shit that doesn't pertain to anything in my real reality. This is a scrunchie that's a cat ears. This is cat ears. It's a scrunchie. It's cat ears. I like to be cute and fun at work with the little ones. So I was a cat today. I mean, it's my last name. Cats. Blue button alert. Trigger all of you. I think that was another reason why I really wanted to get married. Because I don't want to take my biological father's last name. I don't. And I do want my last name to I like AllyKat because it's Allison and then my last name is Kat. It makes sense. Ally is short for Allison and then Kat. It's K. The delicatessen. Hello, I'm not related. Actually, not gonna lie. My grandfather, my adoptive family I'm talking about, my adopted dad's father, my grandfather, came from Russia. He immigrated through Ellis Island from Russia, and his sponsor's last name was Katz. His brother that immigrated with my grandfather, my great uncle, whatever that is to me, his last name was Reese. And then I, being a New Yorker, tried looking at the immigration papers and stuff and going on ancestry.com because that's a really good. I don't care what you think about the DNA shit. I'm protected. I don't care. I'm on it. They could clone 1 million of me. I'm okay with that because I'm going to bring the light times 1 million. They can clone me all day. Let me bring the light. Clone the light. I tried looking up my grandfather because his actual name is Maximilian. I can't find him. I didn't like him. This lets me just be blunt. But my grandfather from my adoptive family, he was from Russia. And my dad's mother, my grandmother, was from Israel. I might pop on Ancestry one of these shows. I think I still pay for it. Or I have access to it. One or the other. I am a beam already. All of you are too. We're lighthouses. We are lighthouses. If you can imagine the Wi-Fi signal, the drone, imagine your field, your heart has an electromagnetic pulse. It's waves that you can't see, but yet exist. That's why the law of attraction works, because you're physically putting out energy. If you could conduct electricity, we can get static electricity. We could shock people. I can have that plasma ball reach my hand. We conduct electricity. We also give it off. Some of you, your field of energy is not just 6 feet in front of you, not just 12 feet in front of you. It might be miles that your field is affecting people, places, and things, nouns. Because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It exists. If you could conduct electricity, why do people get struck by lightning? If they didn't conduct it, it wouldn't strike them. So your field of energy, as you raise in frequency and vibratory state, your field of energy gets larger. That's why I'm always saying be the lighthouse, because your energy field, your mindset, the love that you radiate in your heart purely affects everything around you. Everything. I blow light bulbs out when I'm not when I'm not grounded, my energy is not grounded, I'm chaotic. I blow light bulbs. Aw. We are electric. You could get shocked. So why is it out of your fathomable mind that you're not affecting your reality, that you're not writing it as we speak? You're subconsciously doing it. Have a good night, Amy. I'm going to crash soon too. Don't worry, I have work in the morning. I always do on Tuesday. Fridays I can go longer, but I got 2 pieces that are going to dry now. It's going to be great when it's done. I'm hoping Auntie Amy Thor comes when I see him. He did come today. He came later. Mr. Thor is back. He came back. I was so happy, so elated. He came early enough the other day for me to video him at 6:30 in the morning. I was like, yes. Because I wake up at 5:15, 5:15, depending. Little Freya wakes me up. She wakes me up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. She's seeing shit. Absolutely deplorable. You're pushing your light body. That's an exercise, Wendy. I really highly encourage you. I honestly encourage all of you. We have telepathy, we have telekinesis. I'm reading the holographic universe book, and there's tangibility to it. Your human mind needs proof. That's why I showed you guys pictures. And all of you I know believe me. I'm not saying that you don't. But there's people out there that might view my video one day and go, fuck, she doesn't have a Stargate at her house. What are you talking about? Like asinine bullshit, right? There are people like that are not open-minded enough to figure it out. So I'm showing you proof. I had spirits in my mirror. That was a Stargate on a map. Um, the Wi-Fi example I give, do you see the waves of energy hitting my computer so you could see me live? You don't see it unless you have the ability to see the ones and zeros whizzing in the air through the cosine and sine waves. And if faster than the speed of light hitting my motherboard and my computer for me to go live. How does that work? You can't see it yet, it still exists. So Mickey, how do I explain this? I have a hard time too getting the animals to speak back to me, but I know that they hear me. Um, Bashar talks about it, and it's very genius the way he describes it. It's like becoming one with the pet, like merging your energy with the pet. I know it's not easy for me to convey it like as I do it. That's kind of the same analogy I would give to being the blade of grass, is to sit in a meditative state in the silence. And what would you look like as what is a blade of grass? You can pluck a piece of grass at its finest out of the ground. What does it look like? How would you be a blade of grass? And visualize yourself as the blade of grass. You're sucking the nutrients in from the ground. You're seeing all the cellular action happening from the root to the tip. You're using photosynthesis. You're seeing that in action within the blade of grass that is you. Yeah, the microscopic stuff, if you go look at if you can't visualize that, Mickey Michelle brought up a good point. Look at a microscope. If you can't visualize it here, look at imagery of those things and then sit and put yourself as the blade of grass. What would it feel like if somebody stepped on you? What would that feel like? Because it's sentient. It's breathing, it takes in sunlight, and it has roots, and it's alive. Because when a dog pees on it and it's getting all that ammonia, it dies. So grass is alive. So is a plant. So is the tree. It's alive. So become the blade of grass to understand that you are all things and connected to all things. Actually, because your frequency is amazing, Missy, Miss Sparky, Miss Beachy. But that's the thing. When you are vibrating at a certain rate in a certain frequency, animals and little kids, because little kids are still not programmed to an extent, right? Like the 2 to 3 year old kids, they might go to church, but they're just in their own heads playing, right? Like, yeah, try to ask a 2 year old to chill out. It doesn't work. You know, they're still not developed in a program. They can choose which one they want to obtain themselves to unless they're forced. But at that point, the parents are not going to take their 2 year old to church because they know they're going to be running around like crazy. So little kids were going to be attracted to the higher vibing people because they're feeling your energy. Animals are the same way. They have instincts, they have soul, but their consciousness is still of 2D. So they're not in self-recognition mode. When an animal can recognize itself in the mirror and not get scared or fight itself, they know it's themselves by looking in the mirror and not freaking out and acknowledging like they're looking. They're like, oh, they're curious. They're not like, those animals are becoming human because they're self-identifying. When animals can't self-identify because they're still in second density, they're gonna evolve as animals until they hit that self-recognition of identifying self. Soul in a body identifying, oh, wait, what? What? I'm conscious, I'm alive, I'm breathing. What? Self-identification. That self-identification is the beginning of third density. Now, all of us who are at graduation level at the master's class of Earth, of 3D Earth, We're graduating now to be kindergartners of 4D, where we're going to have to not necessarily relearn, but reorganize our executive functioning. We're going to reorganize our systems. We're going to encode better programming because we know now that we don't need this anymore because we evolved past this. But animals are conscious in another way because animals, we only equate this to cats and dogs, but birds and other sorts are influenced with spirit constantly. Why do you equate a cardinal with spirit or a dragonfly with the spirit? I mean, the Native Americans take all the animals and equate it with spirit, but in the Western world, why do we equate like animals like cats can see beyond the veil? So just because they can't self-identify doesn't mean they're any less spiritually inclined to help you out. That's why you wrote these animals in your life. You wrote animals into your life, not only to learn some very heavy learning teachings from the animal, unconditional love being one of the biggest ones, but animals in your life are showing you there's other worlds. They're protecting you. Cats' purrs can heal you. Dogs are protective. They can scent out bad like that. Unless, they're not trained and they're just rabid. I've seen some of that too. There are many numerous examples of like predator animals taking in animals they would eat and they're actually taking care of them. There's many instances where people have fallen in because they're retarded. Sorry, judging. Shouldn't be doing that. Human flaw. People that go to a zoo and they fall in the cage, and either the animal's going to rip them apart to pieces or they are protected. And usually the kids that fall through are fine. The animals are taking care of them. Animals are very conscious. They just don't have the level of awareness in knowledge and wisdom. They have instinct. Animals live in these two chakra systems. Not to say that they don't go all the way, but they're really physically living in the root and the sacral. Us humans developed from the root to the yellow ray, this third density yellow. We're living through right here in our gut. That's where the gut instinct really comes through. But now we're elevating up. We're dropping the lower three frequencies of physical life. We still need them, but we're dropping the animal instinct out of them. We're dropping. Animals live here. They fuck, shit, eat, repeat. Fuck, shit, sleep, repeat. And then they have their families and then they take care of their families. But then some species, they have their kids here out of my nest. Goodbye. Adios, arrivederci. Go on and live prosperously. And then the cycle begins again, right? So right now, as a human, we're elevating into the lighter portion of a green ray. We're not in full green yet. That would mean that we all obtained the awareness that all of us are God. We're all one, and really walk that truth instead of denying that truth or being hypocrites to that truth. We're all one. God's in all things. God is all things. Once you actually can understand and walk in that kind of truth, then you raise higher in frequency and acknowledge that you are a divine creature of lovely blessings. Most of humanity is not there yet to understand God is inside self. You are God. We're all fractals of God. Just like the ocean analogy. There's the ocean, and you're just a molecule in the drop of the ocean. That's it. You're a molecule. You're components of a bigger totality. I'm not judging ocean Atlantic against the Pacific, nor am I going, oh, the Gulf of America to other parts, the Nordic, the other parts of the ocean. I'm not judging it because we're all one in the ocean. I'm not judging the sea creatures at the bottom that live in the ocean. I am not judging the trash that inhabits the top of our ocean. We're all particles in one whole. Right? If we looked at humanity as the ocean and you being that one molecule, you're a part of the whole thing. If someone is dropping trash into the part of the ocean you're not in, are you still going to hate yourself because there's trash on that side of the ocean? It's not where you're at, but you're all part of the ocean. Does that make sense? When I went into a trans meditative state to get to source, like I had to take my light body up through the inner earth portal where there's gems and all the beautiful things in the middle of the earth. I had to go to that portal, to go to the sun portal, to go to the galactic portal, to go straight up to source. And in doing that in my light body, I saw the overlay of all things. When I got up to source, it was liquid gold. Liquid gold. And I was asked to go find my energy frequency imprint in the gold. Do you know how vast that is? And within the area of where I found my frequency and energy signature that is me, a part of the liquid gold, was all the other souls that inhabit my life in the area of the liquid gold. And then further out is more people and more people and more people. It's just their frequencies in this liquid gold. I'm here and it's vast. It's infinite. You're a part of a bigger picture. So I had a similar experience doing a chemical substance that Timothy O'Leary developed. And that substance, you can hate it or like it, drop it or leave it, changed my life. And I wasn't even in the spiritual realm of thinking. And I'm pissed off that I don't have that. I can't find it because it's so illegal. And I'm not here an advocate, don't do drugs. That one substance changed my paradigm. I stopped doing it all. I took it a couple of times, and my whole entire art, my pain stroke came from that substance. The way I perceived the world changed. I didn't want to be alive, and that drug showed me the beauty in the world, showed me a reality that I wanted to strive to get to. It was so beyond words, you can't comprehend how amazing the world was when I was under that influence. And it freaking made me stop thinking negatively. It made me see the world in a different way that I wasn't able to perceive. And I'm not advocating for you can hit those states with doing meditation. It's just it takes time. I just put something under my tongue and holy crap, I'm in another dimensional space. And it was fucking amazing. It changed my life for the better. I stopped viewing the world so negatively and I stopped seeing things. I see them for what they are. I'm not illogical. I am realistic, but I understand that I'm shifting my consciousness out of an old system into a new one. And in order to get there, I have to change the way I'm thinking about how reality works. I have to stop and drop the old paradigm, and that includes narratives, programs, hate, shame, and blame, because I'm no longer there. I'm in a higher frequency. It doesn't serve me any longer to be down here. And that there's nothing wrong with being down here. I shifted my thinking to fourth density. So I'm seeing everything out of love, out of unconditional love, out of harmony, balance, and beauty with compassion. To change your mindset overnight isn't going to work. I'm still working on it. But if we all want to move up, this is what you have to obtain. And it's not my rules or bound by me to say these things. This is what a lot of people have said, what fourth density is. Fifth density is even rougher. Fifth density, if we're looking at it in a scientific realm, quantum states, fifth density is even higher than quantum. It hasn't even been discovered yet in human terms. It exists. We just don't have the vocabulary for it. We're moving into different times. You have to drop the old thinking. And we're all developing this in time space. It's going to take time. I'm just a conduit to give you the awareness. This is what this may or may not look like. It depends on where you're at. But most of us are shifting higher. And we have to adapt the higher ways of thinking and mature our definitions and get out of the old. Trust me, I used to do very similar things. I miss my smokes. That's why if I there are people out there that are way beyond me, but like back in the day, I had a Gatorade bottle and I would poke holes on the bottom and put some uh dryer sheets in there and spoof if you don't want that smell getting around. Yes, Scott. Yes. 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 And once you are acknowledging those things, like I said, like 2013 was a wicked walk. I saw things. Now that I'm in the awareness, I don't need to see them anymore because I know it tangibly exists. Um, your body will give you a break. So don't get upset that you stop seeing things or having experiences. Your body physically needs a break. It can't live in that kind of frequency in the 3D form. We are merging up, but they're going to give you those experiences because that's what your soul needs. But when your soul is like, all right, you need a breath. Now you need to take in all what you have experienced and actually decompose it to make it make sense. If that makes sense. Oh, I used to puff, pass, pass. That's also a game changer in my life. That shifted my trauma because I didn't have any self-esteem when I was a kid. And in high school and college, I dealt with a lot of bullying, and I was very conceited in how I projected my words. And I didn't really take a step back. And I had really good friends stop me and say, do you know how you're projecting yourself right now, Allison? Chill the fuck out, smoke. And when I did, all the people were like, oh, wow, we like you better this way. Cool. Bye, Mickey. Thank you for dropping by. Love you guys. I'm gonna get out of here in a few. Don't think I'm ignoring. But I think what I'm saying is very essential in the now moment for so many of you. You guys are doing a fantastic job going in. I see the changes when I'm visiting chats, and it's not just one, it's a few. Because I like to support people. I might not be in the chat, but I do support people. I'm seeing a big difference in shifting in many people that are not feeding the negativity anymore. They're not going on the bandwagon of hate. I notice that. I notice things. I pick it up intentionally. It's not to say these people know not. At the moment, they're in their vibe and it's okay. I don't need to stop it any longer. I was in that phase too. They haven't acknowledged the God within themselves fully and integrated that fully. Knowing that you are more than you are is a big responsibility. It's not something to take lightly. It's not something where your ego is going to take over and be like, nah, 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 nah. It shouldn't. It's a great responsibility to know that you're much more than this body. It's a big responsibility once you know what your fractals are, because the job is now just starting. Getting in higher awareness, trusting what you're getting, frequency, your aha moments, your epiphanies, your thoughts. Where's your thoughts coming from? Where in the ether are you plucking that information from? In the quantum field. Remember, the other polarity is in the field as well. So what are you plucking out of it? The code is consciousness. The code is within the hologram in the simulation. I believe it to be both. For me and my awareness at this now moment, we're in a holographic, simulated, ontologically bound mathematical universe in reality. We create reality subconsciously. Quantumly, all of us together as that ocean have made this whole entire code. We wrote it together. As the earth formed, as the infinite pleroma of the monad, of the quantum state of the subatomic particle, shot out because it was bored. And positive and negative whizzed through with different components of life, and here we are. We wrote this. We wrote the whole shit. Why? We needed experience. Once you detach your emotional state to the understanding that it's just experience and lessons and learning, challenges and obstacles that you need to overcome for soul growth, so source can know itself even further, you drop the emotional states. Not to say that you don't own emotions, you don't have emotions. The mastery in moving up is refining your reactions, changing the negative states in your mind to the positive states. And it on the pendulum, it doesn't need to be extreme. I'm always stopping at neutral and going, oh, okay. Let's take this thought. Like earlier, I was saying, like, I got upset because I watched a video and I'm like, why hasn't I having that experience? I would love to be a mom, but that never happened for me. Hormonally, makes sense why I'm having these emotions, but there's something deeper than that. So I just shifted my awareness and my thinking into something slightly more positive. I didn't go all the way to sparkle farts and glitter sharks. I didn't do that. Hi. No, I just rationally moved over here into more of a positive vibration with my thought process. It doesn't need to be extreme. You just need to swing the pendulum over here. There's varying degrees of frequency that I can explore. But rational head, space right here. Getting myself out of the negative thinking. That's what a master is doing. It's transmuting the negative into a positive, but it doesn't need to be the fucking up here positive. It could just be like a little rational over here positive. That's why it's very important, like I said during the live on Friday, balance your brain. Get a journal. No one has to read it. Write with your left hand. If you are a dominant write with your left hand. Even if it's chicken scratch, you don't even understand what came out. Just draw lines. I'm ambidextrous, so I have a little bit of an advantage. I'm a dominant right, though, but I do things with my left hand. I am trying to train my brain to look and use both sides so I can merge it into a neutral side. Magic eye will do the same thing because you have to cross your eyes and your vision crosses to get the picture. Because I do have a lot of people that that's my left-handed writing. Sorry, it's like shifting. That's left-handed. I am cherished. I am needed. Where's my right hand? And this is right hand. Oh, I was just recalling a dream in there, but that's my right hand. Hang on. I want to show you the inspiration for the painting set before I close. Where's my drawing section? I did doodles in here. Doodles. So this was the the motivation for that painting. And this is a few years ago. So I use this book as it has a tree of life on it. I think this comes from Italy. This is I'm gonna chicken. Chicken! Chicken. Chicken bok bok. Chicken bok bok. There it goes. Left hand, do notes, make scribbles, do anything. Try using both sides of your brain. And that's a really good way to learn how to use your other side, because you're physically, manually using your left side. I just sing the alphabet for you guys in sign language using both my hands. Mm. So deplorable. Objectively, this is hard because I've dealt with this in private with a lot of people, but you're openly putting this out there, so let's have a learning training here. So objectively, look at your son and ask, what was it that he needed to learn? Remember, I hate saying that. We're all the same soul age. God said, and we became, right? Our level of understanding, the incarnation age that I give you guys, the 28,000 lives, that's because that's how many lives I was in density. I was a form. I was matter. That doesn't mean that you guys aren't the same age as me soul-wise. You're the same age. I just have more physical experience than most. That's not a good thing or a bad thing. You have to ask, what did your son sign up for experience of learning and challenges to overcome? Take the emotions out. Take the shame and blame out. What was the lesson he needed to overcome? That will then be the springboard for you to try to figure out how to help him. Right. So why did that occur in the first place? What was and you might not be able to answer that question because you have your own biases and your own knowing on the situation. But take the bias out. This is why I like neutral. Be neutral. Take the bird's eye view. What was the lesson that they needed to overcome? What was the challenges they needed to overcome? Maybe in a past life, they did that. We all do the verse things, right? So if you get something that's done to you in this life, it most likely was because you did it in another life and you were the perpetrator of it. I hate to say that, but it's the truth in many instances, not all. I don't want to generalize because we're all different. But why, like I could say, why did I grow up in a house that was super sober? My parents maybe had a drink once a year. never drank, never had drugs in the house, and I became the addict. Why was I an alcoholic? What was I escaping? I was escaping my own trauma that I wrote for myself. Once I understood that I created my reality and I put all this stuff in my way to overcome, then I had to sit there and like unknot all the knots of entanglement to that trauma and let it go. That's hard. That's confronting ugly things that you already probably put in the subconscious. So there has to be a logistical reason for why it took place, right? What was going, and we also have to look at the fact the person perpetuating the harm. How fucked up are they to be perpetuating it on others? Interestingly enough, the video that I was shown before the mommy thing, there was kids in high school. The Valley girls kicked the girl out of their said table. It wasn't their table. A boy was picking on another child, one of the smart, the nerdy kind. I don't like to give labels anymore, but to make a point clear, that kid perpetuating the bullying on that kid went to the principal's office, and his father came into the picture and was like, you got to give me the key to the house. Mom kicked you out for the dad broke the mom's arm and abused the mom and got out of the house. And the boy was only projecting unconsciously what his dad was giving him. He was just acting like his dad because he didn't know he was a mirror for somebody else. I don't think bullies understand that they're only perpetuating a cycle. So we have to look at the cycle itself. What is being perpetuated and how do we put it in its stoppage? The will of the person has to step forward and understand it's an experience. It's renting too much space in my head. I need to either A, go to therapy, which I do recommend. B, if they're not spiritual, that therapy is one of the best ways. Go for a QHHT regression. Know why it's showing up. Everybody has a different reason why things show up. And if the free way is really just tackling it unemotionally. And that's hard for people to do because we're still attached to the 3D program. And I hope that you're not guilting yourself for that, for you knew not at that moment in time. You were just thinking two kids are playing, right? Don't even add that into your equation. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. What did you learn out of the situation? What lesson did you get out of that? Once you can acknowledge that with emotional stances detached, you won. It's no longer a part of your story. Yes, it happened. It's a part of a totality that no longer exists. Right? So, in essence, is it the nephew's fault for knowing not, for only doing what he had done to himself? He probably didn't know any better. Most bullies, most people that perpetuate evil are not in awareness that they're perpetuating it in the first place. They think it's normal. That's the sad part. We want to blame and shame. Thank you, Roger. You're getting kitties in boxes. Roger, you rock. Thank you. But you have to take into consideration the nephew had that perpetuated on them. They're only doing and reflecting in the mirror onto others because they're not in the awareness that that's wrong. And sometimes it's unconsciously done. It wasn't until my friends told me, hey, Allison, you are an asshole. Well, what do you mean? What? Here, we're going to project this back at you so you can understand how, like, tell us how you feel when we do this. And in those moments, I felt horrible when people were like, that's how you're projecting. This is what you're saying. What are you doing? You're a nice person. We know you. Like, what was that? My friends would stop me in my tracks and correct my behavior. And if I didn't have them, I would still probably be the pretentious asshole that I was back then. But no, the wiser, I wasn't aware that I was being an asshole. I thought I was just being me. But in reality, I really was an asshole. And I did not, it wasn't in my awareness. So this is where the healing has to come in. It's, he knew not. I'm going to forgive him with love and compassion because he had it done to him. He knew not. Now, in some way or shape or form, that needs to be implicated with your son so that he understands that what he went through was not acceptable. We don't condone this shit, but it was a cycle that now has to stop. We're all here to deprogram and write a new program for the next level. Absolutely. And you're going to impart that wisdom on your son. And it takes time, and it takes a long time to heal such things. It affects somebody's psyche. Like I said, when it comes to watching that video and making sure that I was healed from the fact that I never became a mother of my own child, that men would tell me, I don't want a kid with you. You're not worthy of having a kid. What are you talking about? I don't want no, like, get away from me. That damaged me in some deep-seated way that I don't have a kid. I mean, it's a part of my destiny. It's what I wrote. But in the moments those things were said to me, they really did some major damage in terms of like my self-worth. That I wasn't worthy to have a kid. I wasn't worthy to be a creator in that way. Now I know differently, obviously, but that's damaging to say to somebody. I listen, it wasn't meant to be with those guys, and adi fucking os, you're over there. Oh, um, deplorable. If you don't mind, how far into the spectrum are they high functioning or low? Yes, Miss Sparky. If it's a child that has Asperger's, it might be easier to convey than to somebody lower in cognizance, for sure. But just know at any rate of the spectrum, those children are already upgraded and okay, so high functioning. Um, there are going to be methods and ways that are, I know it's in the ether to be developed. You know, the idea will be plucked by a neuropsychologist that's not of a harming nature, that's on a spiritual level, that will be able to convey what steps need to be taken to heal. The kids are already upgraded. We're upgrading. The kids are upgraded. So it's just us figuring out where we can pull from the ether the sources of knowledge to interpret how to deliver a message to a child that isn't all like they're functioning on a way higher scale than we are. They see the world differently, but they're not meshing with 3D. They just don't function here. They're going to be better suited in 4, but even higher in 5 because their brains are 6, 7. Learning in the doctrination is the difficulty. That's why I do what I do. I'm seeding frequency to the kids and I'm talking to them telepathically. Whether they respond to me or not, I know I'm getting through to their energy fields. I just can't translate it to verbiage as yet. Right. But I'm sitting there, while my kid is like pulling hair out of head, and kicking and fighting and um as I'm holding him and cuddling with him, I'm giving him my frequency to upgrade and to heal. And it's going to take him some lifetimes to function on Earth. But we have to consider what an IEP is, and we're upgrading. So I bet in later in life, IEPs are going to be extinct because we're going to form to their level of cognizance, which is way higher than ours. They're not, they're so elevated in high frequency. That's why it exists. Yeah, there is a cause that had an effect, but they wrote this in for themselves. Just like, let's just say, I'm going to say it simplistically. Autistic kids wrote this for their destiny, for this life. Not only to teach you guys a lesson and to teach humanity a lesson with patience and love and compassion and dealing and doing different, they're helping us do different and explore different methods. Right? One child doesn't fit the BDSM, DSM, whatever that manual is. Not any child fits every description of autism. Some kids toe walk. Some kids can't eat certain textures. Other kids have complete utter meltdowns if the light changes. Every kid is different, but each and every one of those kids is elevated above our states of thinking. It's up to us to learn each kid's needs, their signaling, their functioning, because they're not here. Their reality is higher and in another dimensional space where they, in their heads, when they're zoning out, they're in another world. They're in another reality. They're communicating, they're talking normal. They're talking through here. There is going to be a lot more therapy coming to the forefront, and I would love to be a therapist for autistic children. I just, once again, once we get rid of these stupid credentials, I mean, yes, I believe anybody could be anything. If you go to school and you have a training or have a starting place, you can always excel. I would love to be able to sit and do one-on-one therapy with kids. Yep. In my classroom, I start doing this with a lot of the kids. A lot of kids can't handle touch. And I had a kid like this who, boogers, yogurt, gross gunk coming out of them and would not let me. So I started doing this to one of the kids that couldn't handle that, but would get everything on their face. So eventually in time, he would let me take a cloth and wipe him down to get the crap off of his face. It takes time. And he hated this, but then eventually he let me in and he let me do more and more gradually. It takes time. I do a lot of unconventional methods with kids. That is not approved. Remember, we're all aliens in these bodies. We're envoys from the outer worlds. We come here to seed our frequency. These kids are the same. They're already upgraded. And they have a special role. They're here to teach unconditional love and compassion to those who's needing a deeper soul level of that compassion and grace. Oh, that's amazing. They're highly sensitive because, like I say, I'm allergic to earth. I am. My body does not function well in this system. I had to change my mindset and start implementing visualization in order for my body. So I am not on medication. I take supplements, but I used to be on rheumatoid arthritis, biologics, no longer on them. Don't take any pain medicine anymore. Yeah, once in a while I have to pop an aspirin or an Excedrin for my brain. But otherwise, everything is holistic for the most part, unless it's too extreme and I'm done. But at the juncture of it all, we have the capacity to do the healing. We have the capacity to lay hands on other people to do the healing. They have to believe it. Autistic children, if you are able to get through into their field and speak to them telepathically, they might not be able to respond to you in blinking or whatever method of expression they use, but they're getting it. So talk to them telepathically. Start the healing process that way. I mean, you could do it in any other form. I don't believe it's been created yet. And it's going to take a bunch of people in that area of knowledge and awareness to develop empathic, empathic autistic therapy. Why I say empathic is because that person can put themselves in the autistic person and have the energetic exchange to feel their emotional state in order to do the healing that needs to happen, if that makes sense. I've been trying to find an empathic therapist for years, and they're very hard to find. And I'm hoping within now the next couple of years, it would become a growing field. And that's the same thing we could say about all of us. The world is not a kind, we wrote in that this world wasn't a kind place because we're the ones that have to overcome it. Like my job is an anchorage to a classroom, but it's not acknowledged as anything important. I can't tell you how many kids called me servant. My field needs to be respected a whole of a lot more. I might not have a master's degree of an indoctrinated system, but I know what to do with a kid. I don't need to be a parent either to know what to do for children. We all have our blessings and we all have our what we call detriments. It's about learning why the detriments are there. And in the release of those detriments, healing begins. You're a field of energy. You healing yourself is healing your kids. You being around your animals and being healed heals your animals. And again, I can't supersede the soul contract, unfortunately. And trying is the best pathway, Ivy. We need to try. Someone up will pluck the right information out of the ether. New thoughts, the Octurians, the Palladians, all those downloads and uploads. Within that information is a thought, as I just said, but someone can actually use the tools of their own therapy that is empathic, that will be able to start something up within the psychological field of neuropsychology that will aid kids that have autism that have been through trauma. That is not just here's a pill and come back in 50 days. And this is where a lot of us need to be more of a mouthpiece as the administration. I understand why they have to curtail certain things, but certain states is having those things curtailed for the wrong kids. They're taking a lot of special educational services away. Yeah, sure, we want them integrated, but it doesn't always work out that way. Some kids thrive in a self-contained classroom. Some kids thrive in a smaller class size where they're not overwhelmed by 80,000 different tapping noises and other kids' behaviors. There has to be better pathways for integration into life skills where kids can become chefs, kids can become mechanics, welders, and thrive in an industry that anybody could do. There is a place on Staten Island called On Your Mark, and it's a cafe where there's kids with Down syndrome and autism that it's all worked and owned by people on the spectrum and special needs kids. It is a lovely place to go if you're on Staten Island. And it's a great way to show society, hey, just because they're different doesn't mean that the stuff isn't good. Their stuff is fantastic. Believe in these things. And we have to thrive for doing better. But how can you thrive to do better if we're all caught up in the shit show distraction that is happening on the outside? It's just a reflection of what's going on in your inside. The more I work on my inside, the less I care about the outside. But what about this and what about that? Listen, it's affecting us all, but the less energy I feed to something, the less it affects me. I know what's going on, but I'm not letting it ruin my field of energy. I'm just not. There are so many places, but there needs to be more. There needs to be more. There needs to be better advocates for that. That's correct, Roger. Satan is God's shadow. Satan is of God. It's just something there to give you a contrast. It's a note of what you prefer over what you don't prefer. And honestly, I'm going to be very sincere in saying this. I honestly don't think when people say I hate, even with a lot of malice in their heart, that they truly hate. I know people that truly hate. And then I know people that just express it, but don't really mean it. It's still not good to say, but it takes a very evil person to really hate. We have to be more in awareness of what is coming out of our mouths because it's spell casting. So when you're talking about negativity, you're talking about the world at large and you want people dead, you're really feeding negative energy. But I want justice now. J.G. Whitworth. Did you sign up to be the cop to arrest these people? And if not, if you're the cop, cool. Thank you for doing your job. But if you're not a cop and you're not the corrections officer, you're not the judge, you're not a part of the jury or the executioner at the end of the day, there's no reason to even have those thoughts. Yeah, people do harm and do bad. They will be put to justice, and they're going to put themselves to justice at the end of the day. The schools around here needs to be way rewritten. I'll close with this because I do have to get to sleep. My program that I'm working in right now as a para is brand new, not really developed, not really thought of that well. They did not take into consideration the levels and sub-levels of capabilities of kids. Special ed is a humongous spectrum. Special ed, you can just have a speech delay. You're not stupid by any means. You just can't project your words. Some kids have hearing issues. Some kids are blind, but can still function in the world. Some kids are so low, they're traumatic brain injury at birth. Parents did a lot of, a lot of drugs, and the kid came out really low functioning. There needs to be a setting for those kids that are on the feeding tubes, that are in wheelchairs, that are just sadly vegetables. They serve a purpose, they have a purpose, but the educational setting is not made up for those kids. And those kids are getting pushed into rooms that don't belong. The kid that's in my class that's biting, kicking, and a harm to himself and others, my room is not the right placement for him. They have to start opening up this educational system. Yes, you have to include all kids, but not all kids can handle the gen ed stuff. So they go to school, they're integrating. But you got to be realistic within that integration. And you have to set the standards up for everybody differently. And it's not to say, oh, well, they are not ever going to make anything out of themselves. You can't make that determination when they're 3. There's going to be advancements in this world that will heal some of these kids. We're not there yet. It's incoming. I'm not talking about med beds. I'm talking about real deal shit that's going to change life because we're going to invent them. Those kids will have a place in the world. But what we have now is not working and it needs to change. And once they figure it all out, it's going to be soaring high. I'm really excited for it. But at the crux of that, we have to understand that they wrote this for themselves. They wrote these limitations. A lot of my mediumship books on the one shelf over here talks about soul contracts. We all have them. Kids do too. Kids are the same age as our souls, their souls. We are already in spirit with them. They chose you for a reason. You chose them, they chose you. Once we drop labels and once we can accept everybody for what they are and who they are, no matter how low on the scale of cognizance to the high scale of IQ wise, unity consciousness. And we're getting there where people are accepting of autistic Down syndrome kids. What people are being exposed to it. It's nice. Yeah, children are the future. But they're already upgraded. So they are the future now, in the now moment. We just have to catch up to understanding where they're actually at and get there. Merge that timeline so that every one of us can enjoy those kids in their genius. No, they're not. And I have been pondering the route in which I need to go in terms of, do I want to be an art teacher? Absolutely. If I can obtain that, great. If that opportunity comes my way. What I'm looking into is becoming an advocate, which is a lot. I have to do a lot to get to that advocacy point. Yes, we can make that change together, and it's going to take all of us to put our energy into our knowing, our skill sets to make that change happen and to actually bring it forward. We are the ones to end the cycle. We're ending it. Goodbye. Adios, arrivederci. We are the ones. We are taking consciousness to the next level. Are you ready for it? Are you prepared? Stop letting the outside world to dictate to you how to feel. Stop jumping on everybody's bandwagon, and that includes mine. Absolutely. We all need to come together and put our ideas to paper. We need to pluck the information out of the ether. How can we, as the ones that end the program, the old program, we're ending the old program. We are writing the new program. It's up to all of us to write it. Where's your specific point in where is your specialty in this world? Where's your passion and your purpose in this world? How can you better your industry? How can you innovate what works here in the old paradigm and innovate it to something better over here? If each of the special ed classrooms can have crash pads and swings and safe spaces and mats everywhere, because kids love to climb, kids love to jump, hang upside down. They regulate different, every kid regulates themselves differently. If we had every situational that can help even the normal kids who are exhibiting a lot of these symptoms, the world would be a better place. But oh, funding. Okay, so let's figure that out. Some kids are not meant to go to college. So what can we do in the workforce for them? Some kids are super beyond genius. How can we feed their genius and make it a livable wage in this world? Because I'm still trying to figure out how to have a livable wage. Paraprofessionals are treated like shit. At least in New York, I was salaried. Here, I can wipe my ass with my check and it's gone in a second. Boop, bye. What can we all bring to the table of humanity and make it better? And I challenge each and every one of you to find where your passion's at to move forward. Because I love you all. And I really want to thank Roger for your support. You're getting hearts. Thank you to Scott, Seth, Mr. AKA Roger. I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up today. We saw some ghosts in pictures. I got to create some crafting. I know it didn't look like it at the end, but I got some crafts done. I hope you are all crafting or just taking a sip and listening. You know, crafts, fun. That's what I work with. Yeah. Um, they do need our help, and I'll close with this. My principal walked into the room and asked my teacher, what do we need? And I said, I need a crash pad. I need this furniture out of this room. I have kids climbing on dangerous pieces of furniture. They're climbers. What am I going to do? Please get me a crash pad. Please get me a bean bag. Oh, but I could get you a chair with a bouncy ball. Okay, but they're 3 to 5 years old. That's all they're going to want to do is jump on that and hurt themselves or throw it at kids. I got violent kids in my room. I need soft things they can't lift up, but they can crash on. I need mat walling, gym mat walling. So when they crash into the wall, they're not going to fall down and have a seizure. But, baby steps. Thank you, Christina. I love you. I love you. Oh, hang on. Oh, I could do my hearts. I forgot. Thank you to each and every one of you for your amazing energy. You guys are bringing the healing. Thank you for opening up and being transparent. That's not easy. That's a part of your healing too, is getting it out of you. Okay, I know the personal stuff is not easy to bring it out, but I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to help. And if I can help, that's the best. And there's other people in the chat that can give you the same type of healing. I don't think anybody here is judging one another for their experiences. So thank you all for showing up and giving your all, your energy, your love, your light, and your frequency. This is a community that I hope grows and we grow together because we're all one. Please go within. Be the shoulder for somebody physically. There's more people out there waking up and they are overwhelmed. Be the calm in their stormy ocean. Be the lighthouse. Your toy rotal field is so vast. Whether you know it or not, you're affecting so many people right now. So keep bringing your light. Seed your truths, your perception of the world in a mature, respectable manner, because not everybody sees the world the way you do. And the more we get out of the polarity of either or, this or that, black or white, and you come into the neutral, and you can just be like, okay, like I'm on this side, but I'll hear you out. Okay, but did you consider this in a nice tone, not in a Tuna building 7 fell down, blah, 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 blah. We love you, but no, that's spewing. Let's not spew. Meet the people where they're at energetically. You can always come down to their frequency. They can't really rise up. They are not even in the awareness there's an up. Please have a blessed and beautiful day, night, afternoon, wherever you are in this humanity. I will be doing maybe a metaphysical AI. I have to see tomorrow. I'll be reading The Voice of Isis. That book is like mind exploding. I'm still working on the Law of One. That's taking me time. But I will be live on Friday, and Friday I shall have a date to do the next raffle. So if you are interested, it's going to be, I haven't chosen it yet. Spirit, divine timing. I'm going to have a raffle in March, the beginning of March, at maybe the first or second week on a Friday. And channel members, you get your free entry into the raffle. I'm giving away a gem skull. They look like this. It's not going to be this one, I promise. It's going to be one that's packed with gems. I'm going to give one of those away for the raffle. And there might be 2 more winners. We'll see what I give up. So next giveaway will be in the beginning of March. I haven't picked the date yet. Vibes, feelings, energies, we'll see. But please go within, have a blessed and beautiful day, night, and afternoon. Go into your heart space, do the work. Know what aligns with you. Know how you perceive the world, because we're going to all make this a better place. And until the next